The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent.
Senator Blyden is present.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Here.
Senator Viale, present. Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 4 absent.
Any correspondence, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed and read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Finance Fiscal Year 2022 budget hearing for Wednesday, August 11th, 2021 at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lewetz Legislative Chambers, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2022 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. At 9 a.m., the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority invited testifiers Roger Merritt, Jr., Executive Director. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Welcome, Senator Carla Joseph. Thank you for coming. Mr. Merritt, I'm going to give you an opportunity to put your name and title on the record, along with the individuals who will be testifying with you virtually today. So I'll begin with you, and then we'll go across the screen.
Okay, good morning. My name is Roger Edward Merritt Jr. I'm the Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority.
Can you do it again? You came in a little choppy. I want to make sure that you're clear. You're muted.
Sorry. Good morning. My name is Roger Edward Merritt Jr. I'm the Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Sadie Clendenin, Chief Administrative Officer, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority.
Next.
Good morning, Jeff Watson, Engineering Manager, Waste Management Authority.
Thank you. Next, directly below.
Good morning, Floyd Saki, Solid Waste Director, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority.
Next.
Morning, Erica Colwood, Human Resources Director, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Eloise Brown, Territorial Grants Administrator.
Thank you. Next. You're muted.
Good morning, Luz Bermudez, Controller for the Waste Management Authority.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Juanita Isles, Territorial Grants Administrator.
Thank you so much. Mr. Merritt, you may proceed with your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Honorable Senator Kurt Viale, Chair of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 34th Legislature, the media, ladies and gentlemen in the listening and viewing audience. I am Roger E. Merritt Jr., Executive Director at the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. I'm appearing before you today along with Sadie Clendenin, Chief Administrative Officer, Erica Callwood, Human Resources Director, Floyd Saki, Solid Waste Director, Luz Bermudez, Comptroller, Jeff Watson, Wastewater Engineering Manager, Juanita Isles, Territory Lead Grant Administrator, and Eloise Brown, Territorial Grant Administrator, to provide testimony relevant to the authority's proposed fiscal year 2022 budget. For solid waste, the authority manages the territory's solid waste collection, transportation, and disposal network. Municipal solid waste is collected from bin sites, convenience centers, public receptacles, curbside, and is ultimately disposed of at the Bavoni and Anguilla landfills. Approximately 500 tons per day of waste is disposed of daily, and over 180,000 tons of waste is disposed of annually in the territory's landfills. The average Virgin Islander produces approximately 9 pounds of trash per day, which is almost 40% above the U.S. average. The authority is preparing to eliminate the majority of the public unmanned bin sites throughout the territory as they lend themselves to illegal dumping, which diminishes the aesthetics of the surrounding area along with posing a health risk. The plan is to construct and operate convenience centers throughout the territory, like those found at Mandal on St. Thomas and Peters Rest in St. Croix. Community Development Block Grant Disaster Relief funds from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority will be utilized to construct the new convenience centers, which we anticipate will begin in the third quarter of fiscal year 2022. Federal grants for solid waste. With the Federal Emergency Management and Public Assistance Funds. As you're aware, the U.S. Virgin Islands solid waste management infrastructure was severely damaged by Hurricanes Irma and Maria. The hurricanes of 2017 generated 825,000 plus cubic yards, almost 3 times as much waste as the territory typically generates in 1 year, which created a hazard to public health, public safety, and the environment. The authority has worked with local and federal agencies to review damages and formulate projects, resulting in the obligation of 16 FEMA Category A and B solid waste projects to date. These projects total $16,095,847.05. 10 projects have been reimbursed, 5 fully reimbursed, and 5 partially reimbursed. The total reimbursement to the authority thus far is $11,053,939.17. Currently, project worksheets amounting to $5,041,097.88 are being reviewed and are processed for reimbursement or payment to the authority by VATIMA. CDBG DR Tranche 2 funding. VIWMA has entered into a subrecipient agreement with VIHFA, which will provide the authority with funding for the implementation of designated projects outlined in the Tranche 2 Action Plan under the Housing and Urban Development Infrastructure Repair and Resiliency Program. These activities are directly tied to the damages related to Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Specifically, these projects are 1, convenience centers for the territory, 2, landfill design, environmental assessments, the land acquisition, and 3, grinders and crushers. The proposed convenience centers will be designed with measures to ensure waste is collected in an organized manner to prevent the hazards to public health, public safety, and the environment. The sites will be fenced to prevent dumping and will be staffed by knowledgeable and helpful attendants to ensure orderly disposal. The sites will have multiple collection areas to segregate the specific types of waste in an effort to begin implementing a recycling program for the territory. The plan is to have a total of 9 sites, 5 are listed below, and 4 additional sites are to be determined. The first site is Estate Concordia Convenience Center in St. Croix, and that's, that property is owned by the GVI. The second site is Montbijou Convenience Center in St. Croix. That property is also owned by the GVI. The third site is Smith Bay, the Margaritaville Convenience Center on St. Thomas. That property is actually owned by Waste Management. The fourth site, Red Hook Convenience Center on St. Thomas, is owned by the GVI. And the fifth site is Susannaburg Transfer Station Upgrade on St. John, and that's owned by the GVI as well. Currently, these 5 convenience center projects are in the grant application final phases. The authority is working with the Department of Property and Procurement and Housing Finance Authority to determine if a memorandum of agreement or a lease agreement, which will require approval by the legislature, will be used for the 4 proposed convenience centers owned by the GVI. Included in the CDBG DR Tranche 2 funding are the following pre-construction activities projects associated with the territory's landfills. Number 1 is the Bavoni Landfill Expansion Project. The second one is the Bavoni Landfill Closure Project. The third is the new St. Croix Disposal Facility Project. And the fourth is the Anguilla Landfill Closure Project. The pre-construction activities for the new St. Croix Disposal Facility and the expansion of the Bavoni Landfill include land acquisition, surveys, environmental assessments, permitting, civil site work and stormwater management design, landfill design, design of on-site waste disposal and recycling facilities, and design of on-site support facilities. Currently, these grant applications are in the draft stage and will be submitted to the Housing Finance Authority for their review and comments by the first quarter of fiscal year 2022. Waste management must use existing landfill space as efficiently as possible and help minimize the effects of future storm events. So the low-speed demolition grinders will facilitate greater landfill lifespans for existing and planned landfills by decreasing the volume of waste placed in each landfill through necessary grinding and compaction of waste. The demolition grinders will specifically aid in the breakdown of anticipated non-hazardous solid waste and construction and demolition debris. Currently, the grant applications that include the grinders are also in the draft stage and have been submitted to Housing Finance Authority for their review and comments. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the Solid Waste Supplemental Grant. Through the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Waste Management has been awarded a solid waste supplemental grant in the amount of $6 million. The funding was provided from the U.S. EPA under the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018, which was enacted on February 9, 2018, and are intended for states affected by the 2 Category 5 hurricanes in September 2017. The grant will support the further development of the solid waste management program in the territory and develop and implement a sustainable waste diversion materials management program. Waste types to be diverted from the landfills include green waste, scrap metal, tires, and construction and demolition debris. Additionally, it will provide the authority with much needed equipment at the aforementioned sites for management of the various waste streams. Currently, Waste Management and DP&R are finalizing the MOA, establishing the terms and conditions and all activities included in the designated projects outlined under the program. Tipping fees. In August 2017, tipping fees using a volume-based methodology were approved by the Public Service Commission and implemented in the St. Thomas, St. John district, generating approximately $17,000 in one day. Now, due to a disagreement with the St. Croix solid waste service providers, the process was temporarily halted, and as a result of the destruction caused by Hurricanes Irma and Maria that year, the territory-wide plan was never realized. Now, in December 2020, the plan was again proposed to the PSC, and in June of this year, PSC approved the tipping fees territory-wide using the volume-based methodology for fiscal year 2022. The authority will be hosting a series of town hall meetings starting in September, along with other outreach methodologies in each district to educate the territory regarding the implementation of these fees. On wastewater, the authority's facilities collect, treat, and discharge approximately 3.83 million gallons of wastewater per day. St. Croix accounts for approximately 1.6 million gallons per day. St. Thomas accounts for approximately 2.1 million gallons per day. And St. John accounts for approximately 130,000 gallons per day. Our wastewater infrastructure in St. Croix consists of 120 miles of sewer lines, 15 pump stations, approximately 1,800 manholes, and 1 wastewater treatment plant. For the district of St. Thomas, St. John, there are 300 miles of sewer lines, 15 pump stations, approximately 2,500 manholes, and 7 wastewater treatment plants. The GVI and the authority are close to fulfillment of the 30-year consent decree and Veolia operates the Harold A. Thompson and Pedrito A. Francois wastewater treatment plants, and the contract expires in 2027. So the authority will start to identify and train staff in fiscal year 2022 to operate both plants upon expiration of the contract and release from the consent decree. And this will result in a potential savings of approximately $3.5 million annually. Federal Grants Division for Wastewater, FEMA Public Assistance Funds. As a result of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, the waste management wastewater infrastructure sustained major damages, including wastewater treatment plants, pump stations, and sewer lines. This created an immediate threat to the health and safety of the general public, requiring emergency response and protective measures. The authority has worked diligently with FEMA, VATIMA, ODR, and Wood O'Brien to review the damages and formulate projects. Although the process is tedious, we have been successful in obligating 38 wastewater projects to date, totaling $14,177,966.96. Among the obligated projects, there are 23 projects that have been reimbursed. 17 have been fully reimbursed, 6 projects have been partially reimbursed, 5 projects are currently being reviewed and verified by VATIMA and FEMA for reimbursements totaling $3,157,255.29. The total reimbursements to the authority thus far, including both fully and partially reimbursed projects, is $4,325,542.96. 4 projects were reduced by $713,378.80 due to insurance proceeds received. The unobligated projects represent critical infrastructure facilities that are eligible for upgrades to FEMA-approved industry standards as per the 2018 Bipartisan Budget Act passed by Congress. We are continuously working with FEMA and Wood O'Brien on these projects, which primarily include pump stations and wastewater treatment plants. These are currently listed as separate projects, but will be combined into 3 island-wide wastewater infrastructure projects, requests for which have already been submitted to FEMA. The scope of work determination for upgrading these facilities to FEMA-approved industry standards is ongoing and will also entail replacement of significant portions of the sewer system to FEMA-approved industry standards. These 10 projects have a current estimated cost of $10 million. However, the final scope will include replacement of many pump stations and large portions of the sewer lines to industry standards and will therefore significantly increase the estimated cost. Department of the Interior capital improvement grants. The U.S. DOI through OMB has awarded Waste Management $402,739 under the 2020 capital improvement and $705,977 under the 2021 capital improvement program. The 2020 grant will support the standardization and upgrade of the Humbug 1 pump station on St. Croix and the Cancrine pump station force main sewer line repairs on St. Thomas. The 2021 grant will support the procurement and installation of equipment to upgrade and maintain the Harold G. Thompson wastewater treatment plant on St. Croix. Currently, waste management engineers are reviewing the approved scope and cost estimates prior to soliciting an invitation to bid. Department of Interior Maintenance Assistance Program. The U.S. DOI through OMB has awarded Waste Management $535,000 under the 2020 MAP and $267,996 under the 2021 Maintenance Assistance Program. The 2020 grant fund will support the purchase of specialty equipment and provide technical training for the authority's wastewater staff. The 2021 MAP grant funding supports the purchase of additional specialty equipment. Specialty equipment is a critical component of Waste Management's wastewater collection system fleet. The equipment is required for efficient repairs of the sewer system and the disposal of sewage meeting permit requirements and minimizing sanitary sewer overflows. This will assist Waste Management to protect the health of the residents and the environment. U.S. EPA Clean Water State Revolving Fund. The EPA, through the Department of Public Works and the DPNR, provides funding to the states and territory for the construction of public wastewater treatment projects. These projects, which constituted a significant contribution to the nation's water infrastructure, includes sewage treatment plants, pumping stations, collection and intercept sewers, rehabilitation of sewage systems, and the control of combined sewer overflows. The authority has received funding for fiscal year 2011 through 2018 totaling $27,812,658 for pump station upgrades, sewer lines repairs, wastewater treatment plant upgrades, and specialty equipment. Current waste management CWSRF major projects are Waste Management is reviewing approved evaluation committee documentation on the bid received for Chinaman Hill sewer line replacement on St. Thomas under fiscal year 2012 through DPW. This project has an estimated budget of $400,000. Waste Management has recently advertised invitation for bids for the George Simmons wastewater treatment plant on St. John. This project funding is from the fiscal year 2014 through DPW and has an estimated budget of $385,500. Waste Management has finalized the contract for the Christiansted Sewer Line Rehabilitation Project with Marco St. Croix. This project funding covers several fiscal years, 2014 through 2018, and has an estimated budget of $11,204,755.20. Waste Management is currently awaiting project approval from DPNR for Cross Lagoon Wastewater Treatment Plant Interceptor on St. Croix. Once project approval is issued, Waste Management will advertise invitation for bid. This project funding covers fiscal years 2013, 2014, 2016, and 2017, and has an estimated budget of $4,962,868. In October 2020, the authority, through the ODR, formally requested that FEMA perform a review of our wastewater facilities under the BBA's prudent replacement standard. This prudent replacement will replace the former damage descriptions and dimensions. Prudent replacement will replace any infrastructure that contains non-industry standard elements and replace pump stations and wastewater plants located in the FEMA 100-year base flood elevation. The authority is focused on expediting FEMA project worksheets while also engaged with ODR as we seek approvals for prudent replacement. Wastewater user fees. The authority will continue its work on revenue generation efforts from wastewater collection and disposal operations to increase annual funding, improve fiscal position, and gradually shift operations to self-sufficiency. Recently, the authority met with the Lieutenant Governor's Office GIS Division in July 2021 regarding collection of the environmental user fees assessed to property owners connected to the wastewater collection system. We are collaborating with the Tax Assessor's Office to identify and collect outstanding fees, which will help us to operate and maintain our antiquated wastewater collection system. The EUF is assessed and collected annually on the property tax bills based on the location of properties in relation to sanitary sewer lines. The Tax Assessor's Office is providing the most recent database of properties with wastewater connections. Waste Management is providing the Tax Assessor with a list of all new wastewater connections, i.e. property description, property owner, parcel ID number, etc. The authority will work to verify the data, which will enable us to identify users of the system that need to be added to the Lieutenant Governor's database for next year's property tax bills. Ultimately, this will allow us to begin collecting the appropriate EUFs going forward based on assessment and connections to the wastewater collection system. Also, in an effort to generate additional revenue on the wastewater side, a wastewater septic disposal fee, which is a subset of the EUF, will be assessed to permitted septic waste haulers who deliver septic to the authority's septic receiving facilities, and that'll be similar to the tipping fees. Vendor payments. We're constantly communicating with the solid waste and wastewater service providers to determine all outstanding debts owed and have begun requesting account statements to accompany their monthly invoices. Payments to the solid waste service providers from the $15 million appropriation, Bill 33-0375, were processed as outlined in the legislation and in accordance with direction from the authority's board of directors. The authority has made significant strides in reducing the days payables outstanding with all our vendor accounts. Procurement. The Division of Procurement is responsible for fulfilling the authority's needs in procuring goods and services in a timely manner with the most favorable terms consistent with the law. The division oversees all the procurement functions to include the solicitation process through issuance of invitation for bids, requests for proposals, requests for qualifications, facilitating evaluations and negotiations, and preparation of purchase orders and contracts. The authority understands that for the procurement of goods and services utilizing federal funds, we must comply with the requirements in the respective grant award or the federal program under which the funds were awarded, and the requirements outlined in the Uniform Administrative Requirements, Cost Principles, Audit Requirements for Federal Awards, and the Code of Federal Regulations. As such, we are close to finalizing updates to our internal procurement policies and procedures to ensure compliance with all applicable rules and regulations, both locally and federally. In addition, a procurement checklist has been developed and will be placed in each contract file for audit purposes. Personnel. The Waste Management currently has 120 dedicated and hardworking employees. As the authority continues to move forward and fulfill future goals, staffing levels will be reviewed to determine the best structure to support organizational needs related to expansion through anticipated revenue streams, grants, and other funding sources that support reorganization, promotion, and recruitment of staff. In fiscal year 21, we have hired 21 employees and internally promoted 24 employees. In addition, internal reviews of job descriptions, salaries, collective bargaining agreements, employee government policies and procedures, training programs, et cetera, are being conducted in a transparent effort to fulfill mandates and enhance employee engagement and morale. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge the Employees of the Year for the St. Thomas St. John District, which is Ms. Sheena Asanison, and the Employee of the Year for the St. Croix District, this is Mr. Jan Wilson. And again, I wish them congratulations and thank them for their service to the authority. Health and safety. The health and safety of the employees at the Waste Management Authority remains a top priority. Under the Environmental Health and Safety Division, a safety program has been developed in line with the authority's day-to-day occupational safety regulations, encompassing the authority's operational emergency management roles and responsibilities. Safety committee meetings and all staff weekly safety meetings provide venues for employees and management to work collaboratively while providing solutions to health and safety concerns within the authority. The development and implementation of a training matrix ensures that all employees are provided with the necessary safety and health training mandated by OSHA and local laws. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic and in an effort to protect employees and contractors while maintaining continuity of operations, the authority has established an internal COVID team comprised of members from senior leadership, human resources, and health and safety divisions. Together, decisions are made to address the ever-fluid response to COVID-19 based on guidance from the Virgin Islands Department of Health and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, to include but not limited to providing telework options, conducting virtual meetings, issuing personal protective equipment, mandating social distancing, and frequent sanitation of facilities. Waste Management Authority BioBot Analytics COVID-19 detection initiatives. In February 2021, the Waste Management Authority partnered with a company called BioBot Analytics, which is a wastewater analytics firm and a global leader in wastewater epidemiology, to track COVID-19's presence on a broader level in the territory in a non-invasive, anonymous way. BioBot uses the data present in wastewater to learn valuable insights that shape the health of communities. BioBot is headquartered in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and is serving states and territories nationwide. Waste Management Authority has been testing at 5 of our wastewater facilities weekly throughout the territory. While a large amount of our population is not on the public sewer lines and use septic tanks, those tanks are eventually emptied and brought to our treatment plants. We receive weekly community reports which detail how the islands compare as far as detected caseload. Our work with BioBot serves as an additional tool to help all stakeholders understand the many facets of this virus. The Waste Management Authority regularly tests the wastewater that is treated by our facilities in compliance with our Territory Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit. And recently, the USVI was selected and is currently participating in a U.S. Department of Health and Human Services National Disease Surveillance Program led by BioBot Analytics. And in this 12-week program, HHS is funding the collection and analysis of samples from 320 wastewater treatment plants covering 100 million people across 50 states and territories to gather data on the presence of COVID-19. This is a significant expansion to a previous HHS-led wastewater epidemiology program and will include genomic sequencing to detect COVID-19 variants. And the USVI has 3 locations participating in the program: the Anguilla Wastewater Treatment Plant on St. Croix, the Cruz Bay Wastewater Treatment Plant on St. John, and Mangrove Lagoon Wastewater Treatment Plant on St. Thomas. As USVI tourism surges, when the school year begins, and with vaccination rates not at the desired 70% as of yet in the territory, wastewater epidemiology will continue to be an important tool in USVI's COVID-19 response. And with the rising presence of COVID-19 variants, wastewater testing can serve as an important tool for catching and isolating outbreaks. And Waste Management and BioBot are currently collaborating with the VI Department of Education to assist in the safe reopening of the territory schools. Accomplishments. So some of our accomplishments are hiring of key positions in the organization, executed stipulations and past agreements for budgeted salary adjustments, including retroactive payments for specific wastewater and solid waste division employees and positions. Bin site cameras, phase 1 implementation. We have 9 sites that we're energizing the cameras at high frequency bin sites throughout the territory, and all those sites should be coming online by the end of September. Unmanned bin site beautification projects. The Crown Mountain bin site on St. Thomas and the Gift Hill bin site on St. John. We've performed beautification projects at those 2 locations. We've assigned employees to high demand bin sites, 1 site on St. Thomas and 1 site on St. John, as we transition to the convenience centers. We have telemetry pumps at our pump stations, and that is a highly automated communications process that sends notifications for potential non-compliance issues per our consent decree. The phase 1 portion of the telemetry has been completed, and phase 2 is in progress, and we're over 60% complete. And we've enhanced the pump stations. We've added to our resiliency for the wastewater system by purchasing pumps and making repairs to other pumps so that we have redundancy in the system. We've updated the wastewater operation and maintenance plan to include daily, weekly, monthly, and quarterly inspections to maintain the wastewater system in compliance with the Clean Water Act and the TPDES permit. We've purchased critical vehicles. We've purchased 7 standard vehicles to support day-to-day operations, and we've also purchased 7 heavy-duty vehicles on both the solid waste and the wastewater side to support specialized collection and maintenance duties. We received tip and fee approval from PSC, and that the implementation of those fees will start in fiscal year 2022. As I mentioned, BioBot wastewater testing is providing COVID-19 data for the GVI by testing wastewater at 5 locations. We have restructured and enhanced emergency management plans and processes to prepare the authority for any potential future catastrophic events. We've also implemented the following cost savings measures. At the Anguilla landfill, we're utilizing Rusmar foam as an alternate daily cover to assist with landfill airspace and for the control of dust, odors, and volatile organic compounds to safely address operational concerns, which has resulted in about a $50,000 per month savings. We've revisited security contracts for facilities throughout the territory, and that's resulted in about a $10,000 a month savings. We've revisited contracts for solid waste collection on St. John, which has resulted in a $75,000 a month savings from the previous contractor. We began in-house collections for St. Thomas bin sites. So the authority is no longer using contractors for the following sites: Thomasville, Nodder, Belongo, and Brookman. And there's potentially more savings to come by collecting the land close and possibly Cancrine bin sites, along with the Anguilla and Bavoni landfill bins. And that's right now is approximately $40,000 a month savings. We've revisited the St. John rear loader contract. And that's approximately $5,000 more savings from the previous contractor. And the resulting savings in looking at our operations has been a total overall savings of approximately $2 million annually. Challenges, we still have challenges. While the authority has made great strides over the last year, some challenges remain, including the aging facilities and infrastructure. Waste Management's wastewater infrastructure is over 50 years old, and most of the system has outlived its useful life. We have aging fleet and lack of equipment, critical personnel vacancies, lack of enforcement personnel primarily due to assignment to the COVID-19 task force, insufficient budget appropriations to cover basic operational costs. But Waste Management submitted a supplemental budget to OMB for approximately $29 million per year based on a thorough review of solid wastewater operations, and we did receive an additional $10 million for fiscal year 22. And in summary, while the myriad of challenges plaguing the authority continues to present day-to-day reactive measures in emergency situations, the goal of the authority and my team is to move towards a more proactive, maintenance-based methodology regarding operations. However, we must have the appropriate funding available to support this vision. And while the grants and other available funding sources that we discussed will and have assisted with improvements, we must take the necessary steps toward the goal of self-sufficiency by charging fees and creating additional revenue streams to become a truly autonomous agency. I close by sincerely thanking the hardworking staff of the Waste Management Authority for their dedication and commitment to not only their day-to-day jobs, but in supporting the future vision of the authority. And I would also like to thank the Brian Roach administration and the members of the 34th Legislature for the support as we continue to address solid waste and wastewater issues. This concludes my testimony, and my team and I remain available to address any questions relative to this update. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Sir Reddit. We're now going to go to our 8-minute round, colleagues, and we will begin with Senator Carrion.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues and viewing and listening audience, and good morning to you.
One minute before you go, Senator Carrion, I forgot to recognize Senator DeGraff, committee member. Thank you for coming. And Senator Potter, who's also in the chambers, thank you for coming. You may now proceed.
Yes, and good morning to Director Merritt this morning, and thank you for very comprehensive testimony this morning. Let me start by your outstanding accounts payable. I see here in the post-audit report, you have a number of vendors that are pending, that says pending, and others that say insufficient funds. Can you please explain why the difference among them? And I also would like to know what's your plan in order to pay off the obligations that you have?
Okay, sorry, I'm looking at the post audit. So the first thing about the post audit is that is as of February 28th. So I have an updated one, and I can provide that to you. I guess after the hearing, but
please provide it to the committee through the chair.
Okay, yes, I will provide that. Now on the post audit, there's several. So it's based on February 28th. So there's several of the vendors that the amounts are not correct. The actual outstanding is about it's $12 million, of which $8 million is for the vendors and $4 million is for WAPA. Okay, now the ones that have insufficient funds, so what you see, the ones that have insufficient funds were based on the fact that the authority didn't have the funding to pay those vendors. Now since I would say that, so in the year that I've been here, we've made significant headway with those outstanding obligations. From the end of August to current, we've paid, now with obviously the $15 million appropriation helped, but we've also paid another $20 million. So we paid $35 million to deal with our outstanding obligations to the various vendors up year to date. or at least from August to from August
Yeah,
of 2020 to August of 2021.
I don't have much time. So, but there's a number of them that says pending. Can you please explain how long will those be pending? How long they've been pending? What is your standard turnaround time to make these payments?
Yeah, so that's what I say. I'll send you the updated list because this is not necessarily this isn't updated, but the pending payment was saying that if we owed, let's say, $100,000, then we would get their invoices and we would pay them in a certain amount of time, and that depending on the funding at the time. That could have been a month to several months. I think what I mentioned in my testimony was that we've made significant headway in the days payable outstanding for our vendors. So we are relatively current with the majority of our vendors, where we're paying them within 30 days.
All right, and I see that you've hired approximately, according to your testimony, 21 employees. You have a total of 120 that work in your agency, and you have promoted 24. How many vacancies do you currently have in your agency?
Ms. Clendenin or Ms. Caldwell, I'll let you guys say the exact number.
Currently have 45 vacancies.
Sorry?
Good morning. Sadie Clendenin, Chief Administrative Officer. 45, sir.
45 vacancies, and 45 currently. Now, I see there's a difference when I look at your expenditure report from the general fund and classified employee salary from FY 2020 to now your projections for FY 2022. There's a difference approximately of $3 million. Can you please elaborate a little bit what that entails?
Did you hear the question?
Can you repeat the question?
In the post-audit report and expenditures, this is Exhibit 5 from the general fund. There's been an increase in classified employee salary. So from FY 2020, which was approximately $2 million, to FY 2022, there is an increase of almost $3 million. And can you please provide some justification for that increase? Your projection.
The projection is based on several factors, and that includes dependency on grants as well, and equipment and other type of supplies to support the increase in the headcount. And so based on the original plan, as you can see here, this was from February, there have been some organizational changes to affect those numbers. So again, it will also depend on when some of the grants come online, which would include not only employees' salaries, but also if equipment comes online, we will be able to hire additional staff to use the equipment. So there are a number of factors that go into.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, then there's a percentage of your employees that are covered by federal funding through grants?
There are, but it's very small.
What percentage is that?
Those have not been realized as yet. I don't know if the grants administrators can assist with that.
I'm just trying to figure out, because there's almost a $4 million increase from 2020 to your projections in 2022 when it comes to employees. And so I want to know, what is that about? If you could justify that increase.
The majority is it's based on projects. So when projects come online, then we have anticipated needing additional staff, and that will also depend on grant and funding.
2 minutes.
For the project itself, not necessarily for the employee piece of the salary.
So you're projecting to have how many new employees in FY22?
The number of new will be projected as approximately 25 to 30.
25 to 30 FY22. And how many new you've had now in FY21?
I'm sorry?
And FY21, how many you've had in this current year?
New, I'm not sure of the new. You're talking about new position?
Yeah, new positions in FY21.
Many of these positions that are new have not been filled, so they are carryover. So we still have the same number. The vacancy, the number that we have filled so far were for vacancies.
So these are positions that are being carried over then to FY22.
Correct.
Okay, Director, and also post audit report and fund balance. This is on page 8. You have the anti-litter beautification. Can you please elaborate a little bit of what's the balance that you have in these accounts and why I'm seeing some negatives?
Ms. Bermudez, can you elaborate on that? I know so we get $5 million. We get $5 million from the Analytic Beautification Fund. So it's on a quarterly basis we get the 1.25 million. I think what this is referencing in the post audit is that that's the total fund balance, and that the unobligated budget is something that is not necessarily associated with the authority, because we get we only get $5 million of the fund itself.
Yes, Luz Bermudez, and that's correct. The ED is correct. Those numbers come from OMB, provided by OMB, letting us know what's the fund balance for each of our special funds. For anti-litter, although it has a negative amount for unobligated budget, apparently they haven't collected as much as of March 31st, but we only allocated $5 billion for the fiscal year.
Time.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, you may.
So you receive an anti-litter beautification fund, $5 million every year, and $1 million from the sewers fund, and also from the tourism advertising fund, you receive $300,000. So why are you then in negative here? It says encumbrance payment in the process. Are you not getting the payments that have been sent to you?
Go ahead, Luz.
Yes, those numbers are from OMB. Apparently, the encumbrances are payments that they receive in the central government system. These are not numbers coming from the authority.
That's a bit of a problem if you guys are not quite sure where you are with regards to the funds that have been assigned to the authority for specific purposes. And in-house, you should be able to have your own accountability and know how much you have pulled down from those funds and for what purposes. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the balance.
Okay, thank you, Senator Carrion. From what I'm reading, especially with the tourism advertising revolving fund, some 71 million, the numbers there are not germane to the Waste Management Authority, but are germane to the fund balance overall and the encumbrances across different departments. Yeah, so this Exhibit 9 is not really applicable just to waste management, but applicable to the overall fund, and some of the balances are off. The OMB director have said that she will provide an updated fund balance when they come before us on August 31st of all the various funds, because we had quite a number of questions about the Internal Revenue Matching Fund, and did receive notification that the numbers given to us during the finance budget hearing were not right, and they will provide us with the right numbers. But in reference, I can't remember who answered the question, you should know what your fund balance is of the $5 million that you receive in the Anti-Litter Beautification Fund. You're given $5 million annually. What's your balance in that fund?
So this year we've received a total $5 million.
And how have you spent it? Has it been obligated? Have you spent the $5 million?
We spent it on vendors and contractors associated with the Inlet Beautification Fund for solid waste
Correct. So
services.
I'm asking what is the balance of the $5 million that you received? What's the balance in your account?
Lucy, do you have the actual balance?
The balance coming from OMB?
No, the balance that
It's in
you
our
have in
account.
your account, not from OMB.
In our account, we just got our fourth quarter allotment of 1.25.
Correct. So you already
So we
received,
did receive all our $5 million for this year.
and how much of the $5 million have you spent?
3.75 million.
So you spent the first 3 quarters allotment.
Correct.
Okay, so you're going to expend the last quarter now.
Yes.
Okay, in reference to the chart that you sent back in February with all of the pending and insufficient funds, if you can have someone begin to work on updating that particular chart so that maybe in 20, 25 minutes, we can once again ask a question. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
We have an update for you. I'm sorry, excuse me.
No, go ahead, sir.
We have the chart updated as of July 31st. So would you like us to
can
send?
you
I guess we can
email the
it to
chart? Email the chart to my staff, and they will send it to all the senators. So if you can email the chart now, so we can have an updated
Okay.
table. I also want to welcome Senator Janelle Sarro. Thank you for coming. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, thank you for coming. Senator Blyden, you're recognized. Senator Javon James here and St. Croix, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the listening viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Director Merritt, and thank you so much for your comprehensive testimony. I know based on your testimony, you spoke to the grant through DPNR for the U.S. EPA, the Solid Waste Supplemental Grant. Exactly when do you believe you'll be able to utilize those funds moving forward? And what would that mean for the agency? Succinctly, please.
Yes, Ms. Isles, do you want to comment on that?
Sure. The MOA is currently in draft stages with DPNR. So as soon as we finalize that MOA, get it signed, we will be able to start drawing on the funds. I believe that the beginning of October, we should be able to finalize the draft MOA, and soon thereafter, possibly November, December, we would be able to start utilizing the funds.
And thank you for that. Director Merritt, you say you'll be able to save approximately $3.5 million annually. So with that savings, that 3.5, where we redirect those funding towards in terms of your operations?
Well, that savings was on the I believe on the $3.5 million for the wastewater treatment plants. Is that that's the one you were referencing?
Yes.
Yeah. So that'll go towards, for wastewater operations and maintenance and continuing to, work with that antiquated wastewater collection system we have, and do various projects. Hopefully, we do have the. We're working with FEMA on prudent replacement, so hopefully that comes to fruition, and that'll definitely help us upgrade the territory's wastewater collection system.
Okay, thank you for that. And also, you spoke to the tipping fees that you're trying to implement, hopefully by the end of the year. Those savings, are they reflected in the 2022 budget? And how much are we talking about on an annual basis?
We didn't get the approval until June of 2 months ago.
Correct. So you plan to put that amount in your budget and rework those numbers so we can have a more accurate picture?
We can. I mean, I think the with the implementation of the fees, we're going to start having our town hall meetings in September, probably go through September, October. And I know there's going to be some questions and comments from the public and the business community regarding those fees. And so once we answer those questions and make sure everybody understands what the game plan is, how the fees are going to be implemented, then I actually would have a better picture of how much of from the standpoint of budgeting, I would have a good picture of how much we can put in the budget. Now, I mentioned in the testimony there was $17,000 in that one day. So we have a general idea, but I know that once we implement the fees, there's going to be some of the contractors are going to do some things differently, and some of the businesses are going to do things differently. So we'll have a better idea of what that number is, I guess, as we begin the implementation of it.
And I would also like to mention in respect to the consent, that the 30-year consent decree and it coming to completion in short order. I want to honestly on the record thank you, because I know you played a big role in accomplishing that most important goal. We've been working on that for some time, and I want to thank you publicly for that. Also, with the morale, you spoke to the morale of the employees and training and what you're doing. You onboarded 21 new employees, and you promoted 24. So what does the morale look like? Because I know right before you came back, the morale was pretty low. What would you say that number looks like based on the responses from the employees? Because I know I have not been receiving any more calls in respect to what's going on at the agency with all that was happening. I have not been receiving any calls, negative calls. I've received some positive calls. What does the morale look like at this time?
I think the morale is significantly better. I mean, I think the staff realizes that we're doing our best to support them. We mentioned the promotions. We're recognizing our staff for all the hard work they're doing. With we mentioned the stipulations. We were able to work with the union to increase the salaries for some of the guys on the wastewater side and the solid waste side. We are going to be meeting with the union to renegotiate the collective bargaining agreement. And I think all the staff realizes that we're looking out for their best interests, and we're going to, we have a vision to move the authority forward. And, they play an integral part of that. And we got to make sure that they're compensated for, all the hard work they do. Because, obviously working in trash and wastewater is not the most glamorous job. So we have to make sure that they realize, how important they are to us and how important they are to the territory.
2 minutes.
The post-out report on page 9, I believe 9 to 11, the FEMA public assistance grants. But the FEMA public assistance, there are many different displays mentioned, right? But there's no expiration date on any of them. Is it possible for you to resubmit this with expiration dates so we can be clear in respect to exactly what needs to be done before that date? Because I know there's amount for draw and non-amount and project balance. And let me speak to several project balance, because those insertions are important. For instance, Lagoon Street Force Main Break, $2.9 million. But none have been drawn down thus far. And the balance remains the same, but like I said, it would be nice to know when those they expire. Also, you have other entries with large balances where I would like to know exactly what is being done. For instance, you have the sewage line repairs in Garden Street and Savan, $6.4 million. And I know, as a matter of fact, I received many calls from Garden Street, whereas the lines back up frequently. So what is being done in respect to that, in particular that one? And are there any expiration dates? Or are you going to do a capital improvement for the whole area? Can you speak to that, please?
Jeff, I'll let you speak on Savan Gut, but also with our grants, Ms. Owls and Ms. Brown, you guys can comment on that. I know we have updated spreadsheets that we can send to them as well.
Please.
This is Jeff Watson, engineering manager, wastewater. On the issue Garden Street, that was a project FEMA funded. Garden Street and Moravian Gut and Savan Gut, those were all FEMA funded and all approved. We've significantly completed sewer repairs, manhole repairs at Garden Street and Moravian Gut. The Savan Gut, we haven't started that yet. We propose to do so in the next coming weeks. We've identified a contractor for that job, and a contract is being negotiated with a successful contractor at this time. But the reports that we have had on Garden Street as well as Moravian Gut should be significantly reduced. That damage was done after the hurricanes, and we had manholes that were impacted with sand and mud, broken sewer lines, and under this FEMA project, that work, I would say 95% completed. So those calls from Garden Street should not occur the way they did after the hurricanes. We do have significant problems in Savannah, but we expect to have a contractor on the ground within the next 2 weeks.
Thank you so much for that update. It's much appreciated. Mr. Chair, can I have one more quick question, please?
Proceed.
Yes, Director Merritt, also in respect to your employees and the type of work they do, I know when you came on board, you spoke to many contracts that were not necessary because you had equipment, you had employees, they were trained, and they were just at times just sitting doing nothing with the last management for different reasons. And I see the amount you have for overtime. Do you believe that's significant? That's efficient when it comes to employees doing work after hours on weekends, etc.? And can you speak to that also in terms of in-house?
Yeah.
Can you speak to that also in terms of in-house work?
Correct. One of the things I mentioned in the testimony is that we're doing more in-house. That actually, even if we have our guys work overtime on certain projects, the doing stuff in-house actually saves us money overall, because from a contractual standpoint, the contractors on certain projects may charge us significantly more to do work that our guys can do. So what we're doing is we're speaking with our staff and seeing what, from an in-house standpoint, what we can do and what we can't do, what equipment we need to do more. So we're having those conversations and trying to figure out how we can continue to implement cost savings measures with our staff. And like you said, if our overtime increases, but if the net of a project is, yes, we spend a little bit more money in overtime for our staff, but the overall project is less money, then it's a win-win for the authority and also for our staff. And I think there's a sense of pride that's created from our staff and being able to do more work in-house, because they've seen where we've had contractors do work for us, and they've come to me and say, hey, we can do that. We can do that. Just give us the equipment, or give us the potential to do some, give us the ability to have some overtime, and we can get these projects completed. So I think it's been a great morale boost for the staff, because they see that we're listening to them. And also, like I said, it's helping the authority save money as well.
Okay, thank you so much for your responses, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your leniency.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Mr. Merritt, before we move on, what are your actuals at this time? The actuals we have were in the post-audit report was from February 28. Can you give me an update as to the actuals right now or at the end of July?
Can we send him? Do you have that
Whoever is your financial person should have the actuals as of a certain date. What is the end of July?
You can provide that.
Okay, you need a few minutes?
Yes, I don't have the report ready though.
I don't need a report, I need a number. There should be some access that you have as to what you have spent for personnel, office supplies, operating supplies, similar to just a cumulative amount. Do you know what you have spent for the first 3 quarters?
Yes, I can pull that from the system. I will need a while.
Okay, I will give you a few minutes to get that to us. Senator.
We just sent you the outstanding obligations list as of July 31st. So we sent that to your staff.
Okay, so I will have that circulated to the other members of the legislature. Senator Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good morning, colleagues, testifier, our listening and viewing audience. And thank you so much, Mr. Merritt, for your testimony. I wanted to ask you questions relative to your testimony as it pertains to the wastewater area and division. I know you said that we were under consent decree, and I was wondering if in the development and looking at what we're going to do going forward, if you are looking at raising the standard of our wastewater treatment plants to tertiary. How many of our plants in the Virgin Islands are now at the tertiary stage of wastewater treatment?
Jeff, I'll let you respond to part of it. But I will say that we, from the consent decree standpoint, what we're doing is making sure we address everything associated with the, all the terms of the consent decree. We're, collaborating with the EPA and the Department of Justice to make sure that, we're in compliance with that. Also trying to make sure that, as I mentioned earlier, the system is an antiquated system.
I understand. So, Mr. Merritt, please forgive me. I understand that, but we're running on time. So if you could be so kind to allow your staff, if you are unable to provide the information for the question I asked, to do so. Thank you kindly.
This is Jeff Watson, Manager Waste Management, Engineering Manager. Yes, Senator.
Pleasant good morning to you, Mr. Watson.
Good morning. Currently, our permits are for secondary treatment. All of our TIPI's permits is for secondary treatment. However,
so the question. So the question is, and please forgive me because we're running on time, so I need to get to the meat of it. So my question is, which facilities are going to be permitted to provide tertiary, which is the highest standard? We have beautiful waters, the effluents are going out into the sea most of the time, and which one is going to be at a tertiary level? And tertiary means the highest standard where it is practically used for irrigation, to use as fertilizer, and it could be even used to drink. That's a very high level of wastewater treatment that we need here, so that our surrounding bays are not contaminated and it doesn't adversely affect our fishing industry. So you're clear on my question, Mr. Watson?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Just be succinct.
The Vessop wastewater plant is the only facility that the EPA is requiring us to do removal of phosphorus, which would result in tertiary treatment. All of the others at this time, it's just secondary. All of the other facilities, all of the other discharges is only up to secondary treatment. And
Okay, and what prevents the authority from raising all the other, the Cancrine, the Tutu, all of them, to even the one at across from PMP to tertiary levels? What is it that prevents us from raising that bar so that we could have all of our wastewater plants, including those in St. Croix, at tertiary level, which is the most critical level that we need to have our wastewater treatment plants at?
it would significantly increase the cost of treatment, Senator. We will have to, the current discharges, with all of those limits, to bring it almost, as you noted, to drinking water standard, it'll have to go through an entire process of treatment, a third process of treatment. And we talking about maybe a duplication of costs that will bring it from raw wastewater to secondary treatment. To get it to tertiary treatment, we can apply another cost treatment in order to get to tertiary.
What is your best guess to bring it to tertiary?
Well, I would. That would
best guess. Is it just a guess? I'm not going to hold it to you.
Of course, it depends on your volumes, so it would be very difficult to come up with a cost.
Okay, so you can provide a projected cost. So based on your expertise, Mr. Watson, just a ballpark figure.
Okay, let's take an example for the Vessup wastewater facility. That facility, as you know, was completely damaged. It's going to be replaced. It may cost in excess of $5 million in construction to bring it to secondary. If we want to bring it to tertiary, we could add another $4 million, possibly even $5 million on that amount. And that's just Vessup. Vessup, we have a volume of approximately 60,000 gallons per day. If you project to a facility like the Red Pond facility, where we get 2 million gallons per day, so you see this cost would be quite exponential.
2 minutes.
Yes. Okay. Now, thank you so much, Mr. Watson. It's critical for us when we're thinking about environmental protection and looking at our bays and everything that we try to see how we can utilize whatever funding available and opportunities available to bring our systems online. So my follow-up question would be to you, Mr. Executive Director. Are we looking at even using the BBA to shore up some of our facilities so that they are now producing at a tertiary level, which would be at the level where you could actually have water practically to drink with the wastewater?
So that's what I was trying to mention earlier. So with the prudent replacement request right now, we're working with FEMA and the different agencies to take a look at our whole wastewater collection system, the whole infrastructure, and actually look at replacing the whole system. So that is something that we can discuss with them. If there's a certain level that we have to replace it to, and if we want to raise that level, I think that will be something that we can discuss. And it may not be funded through the replacement of the system because they want to replace it back to they want to put it back into an industry standard. That's a conversation that we're literally in the beginning stages of the prudent replacement. So that is a conversation that we are going to have with them.
Okay, so you are having those kind of conversations. What about redundancy as far as the pumps and the like at the stations, wherein if there is any major flooding or issues, especially with knowing that we're in hurricane season, that there's some level of redundancy so that if there is a power outage, the pumping station can still pump and you have a generator on board. So what about those issues? Do you have that, especially at Cancrine, which is always getting flooded when we have any high rain, and at Paul and Pearson Gardens? Those two critical areas in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Can you delineate for us? Mr. Chairman, may I continue? I have a couple more questions, Mr. Chairman. Would you be so kind?
Well, we're going to have to
allow
go to a next round. You needed to move on from the one question. I can allow you to conclude, and then we'll go to the next round. So you may
You're
conclude.
very gracious. Thank you.
Okay. As I mentioned in the testimony, we purchased new pumps for standby pumps at some of our wastewater treatment plants or at our pump stations, along with redundancy. We've either purchased or repaired approximately 7 pumps so that we have not only enough house pumps for the pump stations, but if one of the pumps actually goes down, then we already have a new pump to put in service so that you won't have the issues with these with the pump station. So that's something that we've been, working with our pump manufacturer to get new pumps and also get those pumps repaired. So we have our resiliency and redundancy in place in the system.
Okay, so you're working to get that in place, and it's not totally yet in place, but you're working on getting it in place.
Yes. In Cancron, we do have we have a generator, and we actually have a backup pump that's there. So we're doing the same thing. LBJ, we purchased a new pump. And so the other pump stations, we're making sure that we have our backup house pumps and the redundancy. So we're actually making a lot of headway in that, and hopefully within the next couple of months we will have all of our redundancy in place. That was one of the things that I wanted to make sure we went from being reactive to being proactive. So that is definitely something that we are doing.
Okay, so my time is up and I want to respect the chair. So thank you. I will be here for the second round to ask some further questions regarding this and other matters. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Thank you, Senator Joseph, and we will have a second round. Your HR person, the general maintenance worker, I see you have 4 vacancies that were not filled. You having issues finding individuals for general maintenance?
Hi, this is Erica Colwood, HR. A little bit of difficulty, yes. We did some interviews yesterday, and we're narrowing it down to make a selection.
So you have sufficient individuals to fill all 4 positions?
We actually interviewed 3 yesterday. 1 was a no-show, and then we had 1 we interviewed late last month, but that did not work out.
So at the end of the fiscal year, how many vacancies are you projecting that you will still have?
It's difficult to say because we're conducting interviews ongoing.
Okay, I see you have a senior human resource generalist position, and under the unclassified as vacant. And then under the classified, you have a HR generalist. You need 2 HR, you need 3 HR persons. You have a director of human resources, and you have an HR generalist, and you're saying you still need a senior human resources generalist?
We revisited that as we look at our needs, and we have that person already hired and slated in the St. Croix district because we needed someone in the St. Croix district.
So the senior human resources generalists have been hired, and the person is in the St. Croix district?
Yes, sir, but the title is not senior, it's just human resources generalist.
Okay, so with 3 individuals and 120 employees, we shouldn't have a lot of issues with HR. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized. And whoever is getting the information on the actuals, as soon as you have it, please provide it to us, because I'm sure the other senators would want to know that number. Senator Graff, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. I'll first like to do a shout out to our very own Mr. Roland Simon, who works here in the legislature and is presently out ill. Putting our best wishes to him and speedy recovery. Director Merrick, I didn't see in your list, is there an assistant director?
No, there's not an assistant director.
Okay, so when you're out, who takes the helm to run the operations?
Well, I'm looking to some of our critical personnel vacancies are chief engineer, CFO, and chief legal. So as of right now, Ms. Clendenin, the chief administrative officer, if I was to leave the territory, then she would be the acting director.
Okay, is that person on St. Thomas?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just check it, make sure we have that continuity. Now for the employees, again, when's the last time employees received wage increases and what is their status now?
Well, as I mentioned, we worked with the union, and there were some stipulations that we were able to agree to for some of our wastewater staff and some of our solid waste staff. And the wastewater just got implemented last month, and the solid waste is actually going to be, they're going to see that actually tomorrow. And the CBA right now is expired, but we're going to be meeting with the union to renegotiate that and get the get the CBA back current. Along with we're going to be doing industry standards, a review of salaries for similar positions on throughout the authority, and do an industry standards comparison and continue with potentially increasing wages to get our staff, especially our frontline staff, get them to the salaries that are the salaries that actually should be specific to their job title and their function and their responsibility.
Okay. Do you have any GS employees?
Yeah.
And did any GS? Yes.
How many?
And HR, I guess they could say.
Approximately 6. Classified Nigerian.
Their wage increases? They did receive their wage increases?
Yes, they did.
Yes.
Okay. Also, in terms of retirees, do you have any retirees, and has GRS been paid up full for those pending retirees, if you have any?
We did have, I believe, 2 retirements this fiscal year. I don't have the numbers. I do believe, Ms. Bermudez, do you know if there were any concerns with that from payroll? I believe we are all up to date with those payments.
Yeah, anybody could move it up a little quicker so we could get answers? Or is it a delay on St. Thomas? I'm not sure. Director? Okay, I guess, Mr. Chair, we get back to that one then.
Hold the Senator time 1 minute. We're getting back to so much stuff that I can't even remember how much stuff we need to get back to. We really need you to have the numbers in front of you, to have the information so that you can answer the question and concerns of the senators. If you don't know it, please put on the record. I'll get back to you in 2-3 minutes, and then as soon as you have the information, please provide it to us. Thank you so much. You may proceed, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Uris, the facilities which the employees are working in, any issues with any of the facilities in the territory?
I would say that we hired, from a facility standpoint, we have staff on both St. Croix and St. Thomas that are looking at our facilities and making potential or any upgrades or recommendations to repairs to those facilities. So I think we do have some older facilities, so we do know that we have to make repairs and potentially look at purchasing new facilities or just new equipment in general.
So do you have monies budgeted in this budget for those repairs?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Have you received any COVID funds?
We've received some COVID funds, not that much. I think it's roughly, and Ms. Isles, I think it's like $30,000 roughly, 27,000.
Yes, good morning. This is Juanita Isles. We receive approximately $27,000 for COVID funds. We have additional invoices to submit to FITEMA, so we're working on collecting those and doing a version request to the PW.
Okay, what was the funds used for?
It went into reimbursing what we purchased for COVID, deep cleaning of the office, general supply, not general, I shouldn't say general supplies, like COVID supplies, extra hand sanitizer, any things to like clean the office, but COVID related items.
Okay, if we could get through the chair, I could get a breakdown of how those COVID monies were spent, and if they could have been used for other things also to assist. Now, Director, I see that you have in regards to paying for vendors, you have issues with insufficient funds. Are penalties generated from those insufficient funds, and how much money has been generated in terms of penalties toward those insufficient funds?
2 minutes.
Normally, the contractors that we've been working with, they haven't charged us an interest or a late charge for insufficient funds. Did you get did you get the most recent one?
See that yet, but I'm just looking at the post-audit report. So in regards to that, the banks haven't been sending out insufficient funds and sending penalties?
No, there's maybe, I know I can think of off the top of my head one vendor that charges us a late charge, but it's for a very small amount. So we've been working with our contractors and making payments. Even if we're not making the entire payment, we've been making payments towards some of the outstanding invoices.
Okay, and this body we gave you, I think it was $50 million towards paying the vendors. How much has that money been spent?
Yes, that money has been spent. And we're very thankful for that, because that has allowed us to really get caught up with our vendors and really make a lot of headway. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, this year we spent on vendors on both solid waste and wastewater. We spent $35 million to pay down debt with all those vendors. So we're in a much better financial situation, and I think our vendors are, from a days payable accounts, we're in a much better situation with them. Some were paying a lot of them were paying within 30 days.
Thank you, Director. House-to-house pickups, is that being done in the territory?
Yeah, there's I believe it's 11,000 homes on St. Croix and I think 4,000 homes on St. Thomas.
Okay, and I see you have those individual contracts. I have so many things in my head. Now, okay, in regards to North Side, you removed the bin site on North Side on St. Thomas, up on Crown Mountain Hill. So in removing that bin site, it posed an issue, I guess, on other individuals who live in the area. Is there any door-to-door, house-to-house bin collection being done in the North Side area?
Time.
No,
as a matter of fact, through the chair, if you could put through the chair, you could submit the areas.
That's one of the beautification projects that.
Yeah.
Mountain, the Crown Mountain site has about 4 or 5 cars.
Yeah. No, excuse me, Mr. Chair, if you could just wrap up by asking if you could submit the house-to-house locations in the territory, and one final question in regards to one. Let me see. I lost my train. So, in regards to settlements and claims, you had $90,000 is provided in the 22 budget. Do we have any pending settlements and claims presently?
There's one There's one pending that it's in legal right now.
And what is the cost of that?
Well, it's the cost is there. Let me see. I can pull it up on the post audit.
Does $90,000 cover that? And Mr. Chair, he could answer your time. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. HR, go ahead and answer, Mr. Merritt.
I'm because I didn't hear the last part. Did he say that would $80,000 cover it? I didn't hear the last part.
Yeah, would $90,000 be sufficient?
No.
What's the amount?
So the amount is there's one contractor who is saying that his services were $2.5 million more, but that's something that the authority is communicating with that contractor now.
Okay, so you haven't finalized that amount for that particular case?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
You have a director of collections and recycling. We're collecting monies now, and we have a recycling plan. What's the scope of work for the person?
There's that. That was that position was created a couple years ago. I wasn't the director when that position was created, and so since I've been back, that
okay. Let me be specific. Let me be specific. That position have been there for a couple of years. Has that person submitted a recycling plan for the Waste Management Authority? That person is being paid $87,550. Have they submitted a plan for collections in reference to tipping, in reference to household garbage? Have they submitted? Do you have any plans from that particular? And I don't know who the person is, but when you have a title, you should be working up to the title, especially when we're paying you $87,000. Do you have any collection plan from that individual who holds that position?
No, but that's what I was mentioning was that position has been eliminated. That position does not exist. Because since I've been back, I've realized that since we're not doing recycling right now, there's no need for that position. We have to put in our solid waste management, our integrated solid waste management plan to include recycling. Okay. So since we're not doing that, that position wasn't necessary. But we're putting that plan together. So once that plan is in place, then I'll have somebody, and that'll fall under solid waste.
But it's saying in the report that the position is filled, so the position is no longer filled, and you have delete and create to get an additional or another position?
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have the actuals yet?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can go ahead and let us know the actuals, please.
Okay, the actuals for the expenditures as of July 31st, 2021. The personnel is $5,781,217. Fringe benefit is $2,351,051. Capital is $905,106.94. Supplies $521,295. Other services, $16,585,147. Utilities, $860,800 for a total of $616,94.
And that is as of
July 31st, 2021.
Okay, say that amount again.
27,004,616.94.
Okay, and the 27 million, that includes 15 million that we gave to you to pay waste haulers?
Well, the expenditures for the 15 million were for all invoices. So the expenditures will not be reflected in these numbers.
Are you sure your allotment was, okay, well, 25 million and then 5 million. Okay, thank you so much. Senator
You're welcome.
Senator Potter, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to you, Director Merritt, and to the members of your team. Before proceeding, I just wanted to just express gratitude to you, colleagues, as well as the people of the Virgin Islands for your prayers and kind words during what has been a very challenging period for my family and I. Director Merritt, I noticed in the post-audit report, I noticed that your chief legal counsel and other legal positions listed appear to be vacant. Who is currently providing legal services, day-to-day legal services for the authority?
Yeah, we have an outside counsel that's been providing services for us for at least 4 years, roughly.
Okay. Is it your intention to fill the chief legal counsel position and the paralegal positions that's there vacant?
Yes, we've been interviewing. We had interviews last month, and the candidate that we were trying to select actually ended up accepting another position. Excuse me. So we are actively recruiting for not only that position but also the CFO and the chief engineer. So yes, that is our plan.
Yeah, thank you. I was looking this morning. I was coming to work that CNN indicated that the U.S. Senate just passed, I think, a $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill, and we're hopeful that the House of Representatives will follow through. If approved, I know this will be a welcome relief to us as far as addressing aging underground sewage disposal infrastructure as well as solid waste infrastructure. My question is, should the money become available in short order, do we have projects that are shovel ready to go as far as, engineering, drawings, everything already in place so that we can immediately take advantage of the funding to repair our decaying infrastructure? Or are we going to have to wait 3, 4, 5 years for engineering drawings and design work to begin before we can proceed?
Yeah, I can let Jeff kind of respond too, but I say we do have several projects that are in a design phase where if we got money from grants that we will be ready to go. But Jeff, I can let you chime in too.
Yeah, this is Jeff Watson, engineering manager. Senator, direct answer to your question, we have several projects that are shovel ready. These were projects that were developed under the Clean Water Act. There's some areas in Montbijou, for instance, in St. Croix, where all of those sewers have to be replaced. Sewers in St. Thomas, old Tutu and new Tutu, partially funded. So if some of this money gets loose, we can make significant progress on those are two projects that I can think of at the top of my head. Additional projects, earlier the question came up, and the director talked about prudent replacement. They are certain wastewater pump stations that literally may have to be relocated, the ones that are built in the flood zone, like LBJ in St. Croix, Cancrine in St. Thomas. And if those pump stations are going to be relocated, we're talking about significant redesign of the entire system that you don't obviously have drawings and all of the engineering needed. But they are projects that we can start right away if that money gets loose. And then there's also the long-term plan.
We have a plan in place. We'll be ready to go once we receive information that the funding is available. I'm
Yes,
glad
sir.
to hear that. Thank you very much for that. is the bail and wrap? What's the status of the bail and wrap proposal? I used to hear a lot about this in time past. I was supposed to address the limited landfill space on St. Croix in particular. Is bail and wrap still something that's being pursued?
So the transfer station that actually had a fire back in 2019, and so it hasn't been operating since then. Now the main reason for the bail and wrap was we were having issues with birds at the airport, and so they said we're going to bail and wrap the trash so that so that the birds wouldn't have the ability to get to food freely. Now, what we've been doing, and I can, Mr. Saki, if you want to chime in here, but what we've been doing here lately is that we make sure that we've been taking the trash directly into the landfill, placed it into a landfill in a confined area, covering it with dirt. We actually, I mentioned in the testimony, we have this a new technology, which is a foam that we're able to use that to cover the trash, and birds don't like it. So that, along with our operations at the landfill, where we don't have as much open exposed waste, has limited the amount of birds. And also we work with the USDA to actually do bird monitoring at the landfill, and they have the data has shown that our operations now we're not impacting the airport. So the bail and wrap right now, since the building was on since it caught on fire, we haven't used it, but we've kind of made sure that our operations currently are not impacting the airport, so that we're able to continue taking trash into the landfill.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Director. How do we currently handle tires at the landfill? Do we have a contractor? The current contractor who's managing the landfill, is that under his scope and responsibilities? I know there was at some point, I know that when I changed my tires some time back, we were still paying a fee, disposal fee for tires. Exactly how is that process being handled currently at our landfills?
Well, there's a lot of illegal tires being dumped in the territory. So they're either at the bin sites or in the bush, and they eventually end up at the landfill. We actually contract out we'll put a bid out for contractors to actually bail and dispose of those tires off island. So we don't currently have a contract, but we're soliciting. We're putting out a solicitation for companies to come in and actually do that for us. Now, I know there's a bill that was circulated a while back about disposal of tires and having waste management be involved in that, and that's definitely something that we want to continue to have that discussion, because we know that obviously tires is an ongoing problem here in the territory. So definitely want to continue that conversation as well.
Okay. In your professional services, on the professional services, I believe it's on page 6 of the post-audit report, noticing where for FY 2020, you spent about $1.5 million on the professional services, and in FY 22, you're projecting to spend $500,000. So this is heading down. So I just wanted to know, out of curiosity, what is covered under that professional services category, and how will the reduction impact your ability? How will it impact the WMA?
Time.
So that professional services is consulting. Part of it is consulting, and it's just a variety of different services. When you look at it going down some, it's based on some of the projects that we're working on that will be coming to fruition. I mean, there's still a lot of projects that we're working on and through grants. So some of the services may go down from the general fund, but as far as all the projects that we have ongoing with throughout the territory with the grants, then some of that professional services kind of in those grants where we're doing project management and different functions associated with those projects.
Okay, thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman, I just have one final, very brief question for Director Merritt.
You may proceed.
Okay, on page 6 again of the post-audit report, there's a category called transportation, not travel. The actual expenditures for FY 2020 is listed at $654,952, but you're forecasting for FY 22 to spend just $12,500. Is this correct? And can you elaborate on how you're able to virtually eliminate this category from your budget?
Ms. Bermudez, that transportation, not travel, was that barges? That's
Yes,
the transportation
that's
with
for
the
freight.
barges. Okay, so then the reason why I went down was because we put it in another category in our budget, correct?
You put it in the next category, or are you doing it in-house?
Well, that's the barge. So we don't own a barge. So that cost is still that still is an actual cost. I think in our supplemental budget that we submitted, it's in the projections for that supplemental budget.
Okay. Thank you very much, Director Merrick. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Plata. Mr. Merritt, I know that we did receive the part to fix the baler in St. Croix for some $100,000. Has that part been installed?
No, we recently, about 3 weeks ago, maybe, we got the insurance proceeds. So now we have everything to repair the building. And so with that being said, we can go ahead and look into repairing the baler, but we have to repair the building first because we don't want to have the baler fixed and then not have the building repaired because there's a lot of vibration with the baler, and so you would potentially have an issue. So now that we have that insurance money, we can begin the process.
Has a contractor been selected for the repair of the building?
We put out a scope. We put out a bid, and actually we did select a contractor. Now that we have the money, we just have to go back to the contractor and make sure that they're gonna still honor that number, because it's been a while we were waiting on the insurance proceeds. So we'll just have to reach back out to him, to that contractor, to ensure that number is going to stay the same.
And who's that contractor?
I believe it's Polaris.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator James, you recognize.
Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. My first line of questioning is regarding what is owed to the Water and Power Authority. In the post-audit report for the outstanding obligations as of July 31st, 2021, it was made mention. No, in the updated document that you sent us, obligations dated July 31st, 2021, it has $4.2 million owed to the Water and Power Authority. And in the post-audit report, where we mentioned the outstanding obligations as of February 28, 2021 has a total of $3 million. So from February to August of this year, the authority consumed approximately $1.2 million in electricity and having paid their bill. What's going on there?
So there is a I guess the government house submitted some legislation. I believe that was submitted to the legislature back in July for the government to pay $5 million towards the WAPA bill.
So my question, when you bring down a budget before us, don't you factor in the budget the cost for your utilities?
Yes, but let me preface that by saying that historically in the past, Waste Management has not, as being an autonomous agency, so semi-autonomous, there has not been a fee for for other agencies. And so that's, so that's been something that I thought was not even. So we're actually going to meet with WAPA to discuss in-kind services or something to that effect, because there's services that we provide to WAPA and there's services obviously that they provide to us as well.
Please deal with that. It doesn't look good. And at the same time, even though the Water and Power Authority is a hot mess, we need to make sure that we give them the funds so they don't have any excuse, especially coming from a semi-autonomous agency which is connected to the government. So let's deal with our obligations. And I see here that there are several positions for operations and maintenance technician 1 and 2 that are vacant. Can you explain to me what is being done as far as the authority and the division of personnel to handle the filling of those vacancies? Because those are critical positions when it comes to running the authority. Can you explain that to me, please, briefly?
Yeah, I can. I'll let HR kind of respond too. But yes, they are critical positions, and that was part. Some of those O&M Tech 1s were part of that stipulation where we were able to address some of their salaries and different things associated with the position. So we've been interviewing for O&M Tech 1s, and I'd let HR kind of
please briefly
give some more detail on that.
Hi, morning again, Erica Colwood. We have been interviewing, as the executive director had noted, in the last couple of weeks, and we still have some upcoming. We did make 1 selection, but not so much for O&M Tech, but wastewater plant operator. So we're continually hiring. We've interviewed over 30.
1 second, ma'am. 1 second. How long does it take to train an individual to be an operations and maintenance technician? That's my question. Or they come in just entry level, just with general skills or basic skills? How long does it take to train an operations and maintenance technician 1? Please, somebody, briefly.
Jeff, would you say, what, 3 to 6 months? What would you say?
This is Jeff Watson. The O&M has got 3 sections: the ones who work on the pump stations or also in the lines. I would say the first 6 months definitely training, but that training will continue through at least a year.
So my question: how often do we provide operations and maintenance technician tests so individuals can be promoted from within? And if you could just explain that to me. Someone.
Jeff? Oh, I can comment. We, from a training standpoint, we've been talking to staff regarding different training opportunities for them. We're looking at there's certain certifications that they can get, and so we're looking at getting some online training for them so that they can go from and not just the O&M Tech 1 and O&M Tech 2, but just all the from the wastewater side, all the positions that they can potentially move up. We just got to make sure we give them the opportunity to take the training or take training and offer training for them. So that's the plan that we're putting in place now.
All right. So I understand structure and hierarchy, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, approximately 7 vacancies for operations and maintenance technician 1, and you only have 2. Well, you have 2 positions vacant for operations and maintenance technician 2. So my question, currently, how many individuals do you have as operations and maintenance technician 1 and 2 in the territory? Not for vacancies, I'm talking about positions that are filled. Anyone?
What is the number? I know we just promoted 9 O&M Tech 1s to O&M Tech 2, so that's part of the discrepancy that you're seeing from the 1s to 2s. But I'll let HR discuss how many we have for each.
Partly for the OM Tech, we're hiring ones right now, and we have roughly about 5 vacancies for ones that we're advertising. We did promote the 1s to 2s, roughly about 9 of those. And we're trying to make a change in the salary, but we're caught at a point where since the CBA is closing and we want to do that, we want to be able to come with a new CBA and a new salary agreement because we're working also on a new pay plan.
2 minutes.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you this much. Those watching here, colleagues, authorities in crisis. We have several, more than 7 positions vacant when it comes to operations and maintenance technician. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 positions for wastewater plant operation class 1 vacant. We have 3 positions vacant for environmental enforcement officer 1 and 3. We also have 1 for environmental enforcement officer 1 as well. Environmental inspector, household hazardous waste technician 2 vacant. We have about almost 12 vacant positions for sanitation technician. And I could go on and on. Critical positions, senior engineering. We have several, about 6 engineering vacancies. Then we're seeking legal counsel. We have 4 vacant positions for general maintenance worker. We don't have a community relations coordinator. We don't have a paralegal. I could go on and on. It makes me wonder how work is being done, and that's why the island is filthy. That is why we can't get certain things done. And I'm not here to point fingers at anyone, but based on those positions that I'm seeing, those are entry-level positions. So hopefully we could get our young men and women into the workforce to fill those vacancies. And yes, I know some of them might be low in salary, and we have to adjust that, like the sanitation technician. I'm surprised they're making $29,801 once. GRS and the tax and all those stuff hit that, you ain't going home with anything. And those are critical positions. So we have to revisit these positions and find out how we can make them more attractable to get young men and women working. Because I know millennials for sure ain't taking most of these positions. Not at those salaries, and especially with a failing GRS system. But I will close by asking this. I see you have several grants here, and some are expiring this year. You have 2 that are expiring this year, the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. So my question is, who's monitoring these federal grants? Who is tasked with the responsibility of managing these federal grants?
Time.
We have 2 grant administrators, and they're monitoring the grants. And if they need to request an extension, I know we've had several extensions due to COVID as well. So, but they're monitoring those the grants to ensure that we don't lose the money associated with the grants, and make sure the projects begin and are completed within the allotted time for the grant.
Which is a major concern for me, because if we have these projects going on, like I'm curious to know who are the engineers. If we have vacant engineering positions, we have like 6 vacancies for engineering positions. So I'm very worried, like who is filling that void as far as engineers to make sure that these projects are running and I'm going based off of the expiration date, so the funds won't just sit there and go back. Who is filling that void with the engineers?
Yeah, from an engineering perspective, Mr. Watson is the engineering manager for wastewater. So he helps oversee the project and working with our grant administrators. We have an engineer on St. Croix, Mr. Phillips. We have an engineer. We have 2 engineers on St. Thomas, Mr. Bruni and Mr. Greenberg. We just hired another engineer for St. Thomas. We have another engineer that's starting at the end of the month on St. Croix, and I'm also an engineer as well. So we literally, it's all hands on deck. We are all reviewing stuff, and we're all making sure that we don't let any potential grants expire. So we're all working. We're looking for more engineers, but as you know, hiring engineers in the territory is a tall task. But like I said, we just got 2, and we're looking continuously trying to recruit more engineers to come.
Mr. Chair, I know my time was covered. There's a very important question that needs to be asked and addressed, because in the 33rd legislature of the Virgin Islands, I recall when there was a hearing where waste management came before us, and we had over like 4 to 5 individuals still acting. Do we still have that issue where individuals are still in acting positions? And if so, how many?
Thank you,
No, we don't
Senator.
have-
You may proceed and answer.
We don't have anyone acting in an acting position now.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to know that was addressed. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. HR are the positions that the previous senator just spoke about. Are they advertised? Is it on the personnel website?
Yes, they are advertised positions. They're on the waste management websites. We also post them on Indeed. We post them on Facebook. We post them Department of Labor, etc.
And we're having issues with individuals applying for the operation and maintenance technician and the sanitation technician. We don't have individuals who are applying for those positions.
We do have some individuals who have applied. Some have actually dropped off their applications. But I'm finding that when I call a few and ask them because they missed the educational point to just guarantee or verify that they do have a high school diploma, I'm finding a large number saying no. And those who have, we have conducted some interviews of some of those candidates most recently.
Okay, so we do have individuals that are interested, but they don't have a high school diploma.
Yes, and I found too, there's some who were confused as to the title when they hear sanitation technician. And when we're interviewing, we explain the details of the job and the requirements, and they recognize what it is. Some have turned us down mid-interview.
So do you want to say what it is? Because it's a needed position. And we try to come up with a fancy name, but it's a very needed position. What's the scope for a sanitation technician?
To collect trash and debris and so forth from the side of the road and people's homes.
Do you believe that we, Department of Personnel, should have a waiver for the sanitation technician to not require a high school diploma?
I don't agree with that. No, I think at least the minimum, even the GED or the diploma should be a requirement.
And what would be the justification in order to collect trash?
Well, it's not just that. You have a certain thought process. You're expecting the additional duties when they're engaging with different customers. You have different people in the field. You have certain requirements when they come in for training. The expectation is you want them to be able to at least have the diploma. Another issue we're finding is when it comes to the drug screening.
To the website
We should mention it during the interview ahead of time, because by the time we say, hey, we would like to offer you something, when we present what the requirements are in regards to the drug screening, a lot of people drop out.
Okay, I will have an internal discussion with my colleagues in reference to that. I do know that I think back as to years ago when it was utilities under public work, a number of the garbage collectors were not high school graduates and in fact kept the island very clean. And a lot of them went on to, especially those that work in the sewer system, went on to become quite versed as to the job that they had to do on a regular basis. And sometimes I do, and I am an advocate for requirements, but sometimes we need to know if we're going too far for certain positions. So we'll need to have an internal discussion because that can be amended by law. Senator, point of information quickly, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just have a quick point of information, and this thing is not rocket science, and I'm not here to point fingers at anyone. Recently, the governor and his team went to the U.S. mainland, and they had a job fair, and individuals were hired right then, there on the spot. I'm watching some of these positions, and they're entry-level positions. The minimum requirement is a high school diploma. We need to set up shop where individuals can come, whether it's Frederickstead, Christiansted, because you know certain individuals probably are not in tune to what's going on as far as driving or finding out whatever and reaching to the location. But I can guarantee you we have individuals out there who want to work. So we need to have a job fair in this territory because there are too many vacant positions, and it's just sad because I know individuals right now who are signing up. And if you can do the waiver and provide an incentive at a later time, we sign you up, create an incentive where they go back to school, and if they go back to school within a year or whatever, then they move forward with these entry-level positions. So that's just a suggestion for the Waste Management Authority. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James. And testifiers, I have failed to remind you to please put your name on the record before you answer the question so that the stenographer can know who is speaking. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning to the testifiers. Good morning, Director Merrick. I have a straight out of gate question. Do you have a CFO?
No, we do not have a CFO.
Yes or no? Why?
No.
Why?
So we've been actively recruiting or looking for a CFO. We actually were able to.
Thank you. No, I don't need all that. You've been actively recruiting. You got applications. You have qualified people. Merrick, you need to hire someone. I know of a qualified individual who applied for that job, and I thought that you hired someone. I was shocked that you didn't have someone here with us today. You have a qualified person. By the end of the week, you need to hire them. Come on, Merrick, you do have a qualified person on that list, and you know what I'm talking about. What you guys are doing is wrong. Legal counsel, do you have legal counsel applications?
No, let me respond to we did hire a CFO, and that person had to leave the authority for personal reasons. So we hired someone, and they just recently left. So
good.
So
you have someone else in line, right? You have someone else in line, right? Do you have someone else that applied for that position, or someone else, other individuals that applied for that position that are more than qualified, correct?
Yeah, there were several people, and that was there were several people that applied for the position.
Let's get this moving. This is a serious entity. Are you responsible for doing audits?
Yes, yeah.
Financial audits.
We have an outside company that does audits for it. Yes.
What's the status of your financial audits?
Ms. Bermudez, we just finished our one audit, so can you respond?
Good afternoon. This is Luz Bermudez. We have completed our 2019 audit. We are in the process of beginning 2020 fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Merrick, are you working on a state plan? State waste management plan?
Yes. You talking about on the integrated solid waste management plan?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that something that you're doing in-house, or you're doing it, are you hiring a contractor to assist the entity with getting that done?
Through one of the grants, we have there's a consultant that's working on that through a grant.
What's the status? When are we going to see a completed state plan?
Ms. Isles, that grant is that within the next in fiscal year 22 we should have something, correct?
Yeah, that's important. We need to see a state plan. Then we will be able to make some decisions as it relates to waste management. Because with waste management, as long as I've sat here, we're just going around and around. I know that I think one of you indicated that you have about 45 vacancies. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so how are you funding those 45 vacancies? Are they unfunded vacancies or they're funded vacancies?
We have several funding sources. We have general fund, and then we also have some positions that are funded through special funds like anti-litter beautification.
How many of the 45 vacancies? How many of your 45 vacancies are funded? Oh, could you please state your name for the stenographer? I'm sorry.
Sadie Clendenin.
The last person that spoke. Okay, Ms. Clendenin. How many of your 45 vacancies are funded via the general fund? or the funds that are appropriated by this body?
Luce, you have that?
Let me tell you why I'm asking the question. I'm asking the question because I believe last year your appropriation level was around 31,500,000. And you said when the chair asked, you noted that you have obligated or spent. I suspect it's between an obligation and expenditures, some $27 million that you indicated that you spent thus far. I am not following your numbers at all because you in the post-audit report you have $1.4 million in new positions, 905 positions in unclassified for in this current fiscal year. That totals about $3.3 million in just positions alone. I don't know that the associated fringe benefits is included, so I am not following your numbers at all. Your numbers are they're off. Because if you have 45 vacancies, you should have been able to break down and say, of your 45 vacancies, X million is tied to general fund or the appropriations approved by this body, X number is tied to federal funds and whatever other special funds you have. We need to have that information. Because if you have $27 million that you've already obligated, there is no way that you could have $3.3 million in vacancies and still being able to operate, tied to the general fund in particular, the general fund, the total appropriated funds rather. So somebody need to explain that to me, please.
2 minutes.
Already?
You are
Please,
so
my
passionate.
time is running. Yeah, I have to be because this is very frustrating. I guess nobody don't know the answer.
Yeah, Luce, I would say let's just because I think the post audit is not the most up to date, so we'll just have to provide that information. We'll provide that information.
Give me the up to date.
Now, hold the Senator time 1 minute. I did ask for the actuals, and the Senator is going off of the actuals, not the post-audit report. So she's asking a direct question in reference to the actuals that were provided to us. You may proceed.
Ms. Bermudez, do you have that information? Or, I mean, I don't have it in front of me.
The breakdown for the personnel as of regarding to funds. I want to make sure I have it. That's what they're looking for.
Of the 45 vacancies, how are they allotted per fund? I believe that was her question.
That should be on the master personnel list. It's not going to be on these actuals.
Okay, well, let's get the master personnel list and provide that information to her while we're here.
So let me be clear, because it's clear that while we're doing Teams or Zooms, folks are not paying attention. The question that I asked is, you indicated that you have, and my time is, I'm sure it's going to be called, and this is very frustrating, 45 vacancies. When I look at the number that you provided, you said that you've expended or you have between obligations and expenditures $27.4 million thus far as of July. And you're indicating that you have 45 vacancies. I'm saying that the information that you're providing does not align. So I need to get a breakout. What are your general fund true vacancies? What are your other fund vacancies? And whatever other funding that you've received? That's the question. And because what is the total of these vacancies that you're referencing? These numbers that you're giving us, your numbers don't add up. What you're doing here does not add up. So yes, I'm a bit frustrated because the information that's in front of me is confusing, and I'm not easily confused when it comes to these numbers. So I'll allow you to get the information because clearly you don't have it. So Mr. Chair, if I could ask that you could make sure that they provide that information, and and your time. I would really appreciate that. What are your projected collections from the tipping fees? And when do you plan to implement?
We're going to schedule town hall meetings throughout the territory, starting in September.
When do you plan to implement?
Well, we have to, per the PSC, we have to have the town hall meetings and then, make sure we answer any questions or concerns. So plan on implementing it probably in second or third quarter of fiscal year 22, based on, any questions or concerns, or we got to address everything.
Projected collections?
About $4 million.
$4 million. So we are not going to see, you're saying something about the second quarter of FY 2022? That's what you said?
Yes.
So we're not going to see, if it's $4 million, we should be able to see, if it's the second quarter, that's half the year, about $2 million in FY 2022? That's what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Tell me about the status of the convenience centers. We've been talking about them since 2019. What's the status?
Time.
What I mentioned in the testimony is that we have, there's 4 that are owned by the GVI, so we're working with property and procurement and HFA with their legal to make sure either we can enter into a MOA, or if we have to do a lease agreement for the funding, because it's CDBG-DR. Then our attorney is finalizing that. If we have to enter into a lease agreement, then we'll have to get approval from the legislature. So we should know that.
Do you have a timeline? What are we working towards? We got to be working towards something. What is the timeline? Do you have a timeline that you're working towards? Backwards planning, forwards planning, whichever planning it is. What is the timeline?
Yeah, Miss. So once we get the approval, then construction should start in the third quarter of 2022. Hopefully sooner. Hopefully we get the approval sooner, and we can start. We get the funding and start.
Okay, and my time has been called, so I have one more question, and I'll wait for the second round. The reduction, you know that in your testimony, some $2 million in savings. How do you plan to allocate those savings?
Well, we use those savings to help try and pay some of the outstanding debt. So that's why our outstanding debt actually was reduced. With the $15 million plus the money that we saved, we were able to make a lot more headway in paying vendors for outstanding debt.
Okay, I'll wait for the second round, but I really think that Waste Management needs to get their act together in a very, very serious way. And whatever we can do to assist, I am prepared to do that, as you are fully aware. Mr. Chair, I really need to get the information so I could understand how to make a decision as we get into the markup period around waste management in particular.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. We are going to have a second round where hopefully we'll be able to drill down a bit. But I just took a cursory look at the post-audit report from last fiscal year, and we did fund the Waste Management Authority at the amount that was recommended that included all the new and vacant positions, and I think I just counted new positions in the last year post-audit report, and there were some 33 new positions. I didn't get a chance to count the vacant, but I know it's more than 25 vacant positions, and you hired 21 individuals this fiscal year?
Yes, we did.
And you lost how many employees? Did you lose any employees?
Yes, we did. We lost 14.
So then that's only 7. So you have like 50 funded vacancies in the 21 budget that we're trying to find out. That's money that was given to the Waste Management Authority. So You have repurposed some of those monies to pay outstanding bills since you have not been able to bring individuals on?
Yes, that's what we've been doing, using that money to pay outstanding bills.
Okay, I'm going to come back because we need to fill the positions because we're funding them every year so that we can have sufficient individuals to be able to complete the task, and we're not getting individuals on board. And in reference to the MOU or a lease, I am sure that every member of the Senate is ready to pass a lease for the Waste Management Authority from Property and Procurement. We're already using those sites. Those sites are already bin sites right now. And the proposal is to transform those sites from being garbage all over, tires all over. We could just look at Peters Rest, colleagues. You remember Peters Rest 15 years ago, where garbage was always overflowing. There were rats, there were rodents, roaches, etc. And you transform to the site where it is now, where it's a controlled site and it's always clean. So I don't think there would be any objection to a lease agreement for Waste Management Authority to get these sites up and running as quick as possible. So I'm encouraging Waste Management PMP, send it down. We'll hear it immediately. I'm sure the Senate President will hear it immediately and we'll move on it so that we can get these sites up and running. Senator Sarro, you recognize.
Good morning. Morning to the testifiers and to those listening and viewing. Director Merritt, insofar as vacancies are concerned, I remember specifically filling out an application for an autistic young man, high functioning, and I got my staff to assist me, and I went to the young man's house and I had his mom sign an application because right now he's picking up garbage. He's obsessed with garbage trucks and picking up garbage, and approximately, I want to say, maybe 8 months to a year ago, I dropped his application off, and today he's still unemployed. There's no way you could be telling me that you're looking for employees. These are minimum paying jobs. And a young man still is, no relation to him, but I see him gathering the garbage, helping the garbage men when a garbage truck comes around. Why does he not have a job? Why is that position vacant? And I have to get a heebie-jeebies because we want to talk about saving a retirement system or whatever, but for Jesus Christ's sake, we can't hire people in the easiest positions. Now, legal counsel, you don't have a legal counsel. So who do you have on contract as your legal counsel right now?
The attorney his name is Trey Goldsmith.
What's the total that you've paid him to date? This fiscal year?
I believe it's $10,000 a month for one. So,
let me go to your acting CFO. CFO, how much was the cost of your legal counsel?
Time. Good afternoon, Bermudez. Like Mr. Merritt said, it's $10,000 a month.
No, tell me how much you've paid to date.
Okay, I'll get that for you. Give me 1 minute. I'll look in the system.
This is a budget hearing. Everything is I get that for you. I'm coming. These are things that should be at your disposal to know how much you're paying legal counsel. Let's go to contracts. On a post-audit report, not one of your waste haulers have a contract. They're all month to month. Why?
We have contracts for the St. John. For St. John, we're reviewing
St. John, that's one. Hold on, that's the smallest island. Let's talk to me real, Mr. Merritt. Why do you not have contracts? And we're paying people with no contract. You're paying waste haulers. Nothing in place, and then when it's time to pay them and you have to go back and forth between the board and payments, you disputing the charges that they give to you because they're giving you an invoice. Why do you not have an executed contract for waste haulers on St. Croix and on St. Thomas? Why?
Right. So I've been here for a year. We're looking at all contracts throughout the territory. So we started off with St. John. Now we're looking at St. Thomas and St. Croix. We just got three 3 collection vehicles. So now with that, excuse me, now with that in mind, we're looking to see from a contractual standpoint what we can do in-house and what we need to contract out. So we're putting our routes
Mr.
together
Merritt,
and
Mr.
making sure that
Merritt,
when we put the bids out,
Mr. Merritt, the last time you were before this body, that was the same story. The same song, same melody, same tune. And there's no way today, you still looking. Government has to move in real time. There's no way you could tell me not one person in this island, on this island, or on St. Croix has an executed contract. And the story cannot be that you looking at it and you see how much dump trucks. That's hogwash. Now let's move on, because this issue with this month-to-month contract is going to bite us in the rectum at some point, because you are going to go back and forth and dispute like what you're doing with one company right now that you owe $4 million, but you decided you're going to pay them $1.4 million because they had no executed contract. You're putting the government at risk. You're putting the authority at risk. Let's talk about HR. This post audit report, I don't know how accurate it is. The comptroller says vacant. Isn't the acting CFO before as the comptroller? Hello, anybody?
Hi, good afternoon. This is HR Director Erica Colwood. Recently, we did hire a CFO, and once the CFO on, we made Ms. Bermudez the controller.
So the post audit report says vacant. So your comptroller is filled. So who's the CFO?
It's filled as of the end of July.
So you've hired a CFO that's going to start soon?
The CFO has since then resigned from the authority as of the early August.
Okay, because according to the post audit report, your comptroller is vacant. So, okay, so your comptroller is a filled position to date, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, you have an HR director, HR manager, and an HR generalist in HR?
Yes, Senator. Yes, Senator.
Okay. How long have you had those positions for the entire fiscal year?
No, I believe this was recent. I myself am a new addition to the authority in the last 2 months.
Okay. Because I'm just trying to do a cross-reference from your the document sent in to now. Let's go to
2 minutes.
Let's go back to contracts. Director Merritt, emergency plan. Have you put out a contract to hire someone to do an emergency plan?
yes.
A contract went out?
Yeah, we have a contractor that's helping prepare an emergency plan for us.
Was it a no bid contract?
It was an extension of a contract that had been in place maybe 2 or 3 years ago that was incomplete, so it's just being completed.
Who has that contract?
I think it's the Leewee Group. I don't remember the name of the company off the top of my head.
Somebody, can you tell me who has that contract?
I believe it's the company is the Leewee Group, LIWI Group.
Did the owner of the legal group go to jail? Were they sentenced to prison and they're not out? Not HR, sorry, CFO? Comptroller?
I'm not aware of that.
The screen full of employees. Somebody answer me, please. I'm not going to come off of this until my time has been exhausted. Can you tell me if the person that has the emergency plan contract, did they recently come out of jail?
I'm not aware of that.
You can't be the director and you are not aware of a group that you've given a emergency plan contract to and you don't know if you went to jail or not. I'm waiting for an answer. And I intend to reclaim my time because my time is being lost on a question and I'm speaking in plain English. We pleading the fifth today? Mr. Chair, I need, before the hearing has been completed, somebody on the waste management team can make a call and they could come back to me. Director Merritt, we have a second round anyhow, so I'll come back. Let's talk about the Angola landfill. Who has a contract for the Angola landfill?
A9 to operate the landfill. A9.
St. Croix?
Yeah, A9.
And St. Croix too?
Yes, St. Croix and St. Thomas.
Okay, and is there another contract for used oil?
Time.
Landfill?
Any services outside of the landfill, we would bid that out, so like to remove used oil from the landfill, or for whether it's Angola or
But has been bidded out? That's been bidded out?
So we haven't. I believe it was bid out. We haven't removed oil for a couple of months, but I believe the time that we did it was earlier this year, and they went through a process and selected a contractor.
So it went out as a no bid, or you had bidders?
They contacted. I think they contacted 3 bidders, and then they selected the lowest bidder or the best bidder.
Who's they? Who's they? The board? Who's they? The team?
No, our solid waste team, Mr. Saki. That was back in January, February.
So it went out. This doesn't make any sense to me. You're saying that you don't know who has a contract, but then you're saying 3 bids went out back then in January, and somebody's been selected. I'm not understanding the story. So have you selected somebody to on a contract to collect the used oil from
earlier this year? It was on a limited basis. So we had we have people that will dispose of used oil when we accumulate a certain amount. So what they did was they went out, once they had that amount, they put it out to contacted several contractors regarding the amount and regarding disposing of that, and they got numbers, and then they selected a contractor. Mr. Saki, if you want to jump in here.
Floyd Saki, we did select a contractor, but it fell through because he was not permitted to haul used oil.
So you don't have a contractor right now?
Not at the moment.
Did you put the bid back out?
We're working on that as we speak.
Mr. Chair, I know I went a bit over, but just have one more question. It's like a yes or no.
I'm gonna come back to you, Senator. You had
come back?
And I did hold your time.
Sorry, no problem.
I'm gonna come back to you.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Okay, no problem. Senator Gregory had a point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to follow back up on what the previous speaker was talking about as it relates to procurement. And the answer that we received is very concerning. Mr. Merrick, do you have vendors that you currently pay, contractors that you currently pay over $2 million, $3 million, $4 million, $5 million a year?
Yes, we do for several services.
And you don't have contracts for them, for those services?
Yes, we do. So for the landfill side, we have contracts for that contractor. For the collection side, we're drafting contracts now, but we do have some, and then on St. John, we do have contracts. So we're actually trying to address that. That's one of the things that I wanted to do when I got here. So that's we're looking at it from an operational standpoint, and we're addressing that. It's just taking a little bit of time. We received new collection vehicles on the solid waste side. So with that being said, if we put a bid out and we were doing house to house, technically we would
one minute.
Overlapping services.
Don't do that to me. Just give me what I asked. I'm trying to clarify because do you have a procurement lead? Because a lot of these questions, some of these questions are tied to procurement. I have in your testimony on page 12, you spoke to your procurement division. Do you have a procurement director?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so that person should be answering because when the senator asked the question, it wasn't clear. I walked away feeling as if you didn't have contracts for those entities that's providing millions of dollars worth of services. So we need to get from you a contract listing. The services that you have that's being provided, Mr. Chair, through the chair, the services that are being provided, and whether or not contracts are in place or whether contracts are being negotiated, and the amount of the services on an annual basis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Director, do we have contracts that are not month to month for the house-to-house collection?
We do have so on the house to house on St. Thomas and St. Croix, they are month to month.
What's the reason for that?
So I think those contracts expired back in 2018, and procurement they just hadn't put the contract back out. But as I was stating earlier, we got 2 collection vehicles on St. Thomas and 1 collection vehicle on St. Croix.
No, we're not talking about the in-house internal operation. We're talking about the house-to-house pickup, the contracts with Bates and Joshua Trucking and Just Right, Sleepy's Trucking, they're all month to month. So are we going to change from month to month, or what's the plan or the rationale for it being month to month?
Okay, so I guess what I was trying to mention was that since we got the new vehicles, there's some of the house-to-house that the authority will be able to perform. So if we actually put a bid out without knowing what we can do, then technically there'd be the potential of overlapping services. So what our solid waste team is doing right now is looking at what we can do with the new vehicles we have, and then we're going to put the rest of those contracts out to bid. So we're in the process of drafting those documents now for both St. Thomas and St. Croix.
Okay, do we have a contract for the transfer station on St. Croix?
No, we don't.
Okay, and that's been 4 years now. I've been trying to make sure that there's a contract for the individual who's operating the transfer station on St. Croix. What's the issue with that? As to why we can't get a contract?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, what's the issue with the transfer station as to why we can't finalize that contract?
Yeah, so since the transfer station caught on fire back in 2019, it has not been operational. So it was operational a little bit at the end of last year and a little bit this year because we were using it as a wet weather area. So when there was bad weather, then the trash would be stored in there. But right now, with the way we've been operating the landfill, we have not had to use the transfer station. So, and given the fact that we just got the insurance proceeds and we're going to repair the building, once the repairs start, then we'll go back. We'll actually put a contract out to operate the transfer station. And one of the senators mentioned earlier about recycling. We're actually looking at potentially changing the transfer station to actually be more of a materials recovery facility and actually do recycling in that based off of how operations currently are going at the landfill. So that's part of our solid waste integrated management plan, is to be able to do some recycling. So that is something that we're looking at.
Okay. The previous senator asked about the Lewy Group and the contract for the emergency management preparedness. The contract here states that they had it from 12/03/20, and it was for a period of 180 days. Have they completed the report? 180 days would have been June. Have they completed the report? Oh, you're muted. I'm not hearing you.
Oh, sorry. They gave us a draft, but they said it would be completed by the end of, I believe by the end of this month.
Have they been paid?
No. We paid, I think 20% initially while they were drafting stuff, but the majority of the contract hasn't been paid because we haven't got a receivable.
Okay, I'll go to Senator Johnson, then I'll have a point of information after Senator Johnson from Senator Cyril.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. It's been a long morning thus far. I'd like to start off by going to your post-audit page 6 of 25. A lot of your numbers are very alarming, and I'll start off with your fuel, gas, and diesel. I'll start with those numbers. In 2020, we're talking 119. In 2021, 62,000, and then your projection is all the way up to 223,000. Why does these numbers just staggered so high? Anybody?
Yeah, no, and looking at our expenditure report, there's from the general fund side, there's certain costs that are in there. So for fuel and gas, that's our that'll be for our vehicles, our equipment, our pump stations.
I understand that, but your numbers are very staggering from one to the next. And I can understand the 2021 based on the pandemic and probably not moving around as much. But if you look at your 2020 and what your projections are for 2022, you're nearly doubling your numbers.
Okay, so I mentioned earlier, we got 3 new solid waste collection vehicles. We got 2 we got 2 going on a 3rd vehicle. So there's more. So we're actually getting more equipment. So there's going to be more fuel costs associated with our equipment.
All right, let's look at your chemicals. In 2020, you spent 112,000. Then you went down to 6,900. Then you're going back up to 15,000, which is still very small in comparison. Why are these numbers so far in contrast? I mean, way far apart.
Oh my God.
From the chemical standpoint, those the 2020, we actually use that for chemicals at our wastewater treatment plants. The projections in 2022, that 15,000, that's part of what we did on wastewater treatment plants, but the other 100,000 is in another. Is more. We put that more in a fund associated with wastewater. So we're still going to spend a similar amount of money. It's just a bucket that we're taking it from.
And then your advertisement and promotion, you went from 47 to 11,000 and then to $121,000. I mean, can you explain this to me? I'm lost with these numbers.
So we just mentioned the convenience centers earlier. So we're going to be doing educational outreach and promoting going to those convenience centers so that we can start, cleaning up the island, making sure that people know where to go. I was surprised to hear that some people don't know about Mandal on St. Thomas. So when we say convenience centers to residents, and they don't even know that we have Mandal. So that's part of the push to make sure that we educate the residents so they understand what a convenience center is, where they are, what they're going to be able to take.
You spoke briefly a minute ago about recycling, and you have some plans to do some recycling. What kind of funds could that generate if you do start in that direction?
See that. So that's one of the misperceptions of recycling. So in theory, you can generate revenue, but then you have a cost associated with it. So there was a report that the EPA did that said there would be a couple $1 million in revenue that we would see, but they didn't discuss the cost to process the recycled material. So what we would try and do is at least break even. And even if we spend a little bit of money on it, the benefit outweighs that, because if that means that 40% less waste goes into the landfill, then even if we pay a little bit of money, that's a good thing. But from a revenue standpoint, especially now with the markets, a lot of the recyclable material was going to Asia, and they cut all that off now. So back in let's say the late 90s, early 2000s, where recycling was actually a profitable venture, now that it's not going over there, it's a lot of you see a lot of municipalities and counties and cities and states that are suspending their recycling program because they're losing a lot of money. So,
Thank you very much. I need your help here. And why I say I need your help, I'm trying to understand about the sewage in the downtown and throughout the territory. Your sewage collection comes through the property tax. Is it correct to say that?
correct.
How much of that money do you receive?
So we mentioned that in the testimony. So from the sewer fund we get $1 million, but that's woefully underfunded. So we're working with the tax assessor's office and the lieutenant governor's office to basically look and make sure that we have the most up-to-date list so that we can start getting additional fees. I mean, because right now, yeah, we're everything that we're doing on the wastewater side is, we're actually having to do that with improper or insufficient funding.
The reason why I ask this question, there's a lot of building in each of the towns that are not operable, are just condemned building. However, these folks are being charged. What assessment is Waste Management doing to make sure that the building them that are not being utilized are not being charged for these uses of the waste sewage, that a building is not in use? It's condemned.
What we're doing is we're looking to, so that's part of our meetings with the tax assessor and the Lieutenant Governor GIS division. That's part of the meetings, is that we want to understand whether it's a home or a business, what is actually on the list, what has an active wastewater connection, so that we can actually make sure we add them to our role.
But shouldn't that be an assessment? Shouldn't that be an assessment your department should be making?
2 minutes.
So what we're doing is meeting with tax assessors and lieutenant governor's office, but we're also going to talk about what we have in our system and what they have in their system and see what matches, see what's missing, and then that's how we can start making sure we're charging the appropriate fees.
This creates a very big problem for residents and people who own property, that when the property tax comes, these charges are on it, and then it builds up the property tax, and it look as if we have this amount of money to collect, or these folks owe this amount of money, but yet Waste Management is not doing their part to make sure that these people and properties are taken off the list. And some of these properties could go 30 years behind. So would we be looking forward to correcting these problems that is plaguing the territory when it comes to the tax and people being charged for something that they're not using?
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you. We're looking to, if there's delinquent property taxes, then we need to know that. So that's part of us kind of reconciling what we have in our system to what is in the system with the tax assessor's office and with the lieutenant governor's office, just making sure that we have all the, that's where we're looking at the parcel, the property, the description, so that we have the right information so that we can, adjust our fees accordingly. But that's why we just recently met with them last month to start that process, to make sure we can hopefully get everything set up for this fiscal year, so we can add these properties on the tax roll, so we can start collecting fees for those.
Approximately how many enforcement officers do you need right now in order to really manage these dump sites to start enforcing the illegal dumping 24/7? Because you speak about camera, right? And I need to ask also, what would be the cost to get cameras put in place? 2 questions here. What's the total cost? Who will manage the camera? And how many more enforcement officers you need in order to manage these facilities to control the illegal dumping that goes on to these sites at this present moment?
Yeah, so for the cameras, we actually have, we started cameras, or the installation of cameras, we set up a contract earlier this year. We have installed cameras at 8 locations, 4 on St. Thomas, 3 on St. Thomas, 3 on St. Croix, and 2 on St. John. That cost initially was about $300,000. We are in the process of working with, from a protocol standpoint, work with PD and make sure that when we're looking at these cameras, how we can start, implementing looking at the cameras and using them to create, basically issue citations for violations for illegal dumping. As far as enforcement officers, we obviously are, right now, all of our enforcement officers are with the COVID task force, but I'd say we need, twice as many as we have now. We have 5. So we need more. We definitely need more. But I think in the meantime, having the cameras are, hopefully they'll be online and all energized by the end of next month. So hopefully the cameras will be a big deterrent, along with us getting more enforcement officers. We're in the process of trying to hire enforcement officers along with an enforcement manager as we speak.
Time.
And if I could wrap up on this, Mr. Chair. Where will the new St. Croix disposal facility be located?
We are currently, so St. Croix is 6 miles wide and 17 miles long. So we actually have a GIS, we're doing GIS mapping of the whole entire island and trying to determine a suitable location. So no location has been determined right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Is the eastern location also a location for a convenience center?
Well, St. Croix, right now, all the bin sites, so Monbijou, Concordia, and Cotton Valley are all going to be convenience centers. And then we have another 4 from that grant that we're going to take a look at, territory wide. But those are between those 3 and the other 2 that I mentioned earlier. Those are the first 5.
Okay. Thank you so much. Senator Sarro, a point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put on the record, Director Merrick, I'm back again. The emergency plan that you said was to be 180 days to be completed. And the principal of the company never completed the plan. These are the facts. And then the principal of the company was sentenced to 18 months in prison for wire fraud, theft of government money, and making false statements to the government. And then after the 18 months has been served, we now tell the principal of the company, you can finish the emergency plan. Now, the plan wasn't even completed in the time frame that it was the term of the contract, first of all. I don't think from 2017 to 2021, the term of the contract is to complete an emergency plan. That's the operative word here. So how does this continue? And I don't think it warrants a response, but I just wanted to put on a record that the company that you have, the principal, was incarcerated for 18 months and now is charged with the task of completing the same emergency plan, and we're in the middle of a hurricane season and it hasn't been done. So has the contract been breached, Mr. Saki?
Thank you, Senator.
And how much has been paid to date? Mr. Saki, can you answer on the chair's time, please? If there's a breach of contract and how much has been paid to date?
I don't have the sum of how much was been paid to date, but I could get back with you on that.
The original contract back in after the hurricanes, an original contract was given to this group, Mr. Merritt?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Did we award a contract to the Lewy Group for emergency management, preparedness, and planning after the hurricane? Did we award them a contract in 2017 or 2018?
Yes. So this is just a.
Okay,
they didn't
I'm just going.
that contract.
I'm going step by step. So they were awarded a contract in 2018. What was the time frame to complete the report back in 2018?
I want to say it was 6 months to a year. And that contract was entered into with another person. I'm not the person that was mentioned. That the contract was not. I guess it wasn't entered into with the principal. It was entered into with another individual.
And the next individual have since parted with this particular company, but the person that was a part of the original company now have their own company, which is one person alone occupies this particular company. But the original contract, so you're saying the original contract was never completed?
Correct. So
was that person paid?
That person wasn't paid the entire amount, no. They were paid.
What within the contract, if we gave that person a deposit, how much was paid to that person? What percentage? And what was the total cost of the contract?
Probably, I'm trying to remember. I think it was, what was paid was maybe $15,000 to finish. They didn't, the total contract amount, I believe, was 50. And they haven't finished it. That's why there hasn't been any additional monies paid until we get the deliverable.
So the original contract was $50,000 and the person was paid how much?
15.
And was that person paid after with the next amount from property and procurement for the completion of emergency contracts? Was that person paid?
No. So the person that initial payment, there was a draft that came with that, and then we're just waiting on the final version. So that's why there hasn't been any additional payments.
Sometimes we got to be careful what we're getting into, because these contractors just sound like we're just hooking somebody up. And all the information is here. We know who the persons are that were involved in the contract, and it's literally ridiculous when I'm reading it. It's just totally ridiculous as to what took place with this particular contract. And, we can't have the poor man and woman in the Virgin Islands not being able to make money, and we giving somebody $15,000 to never complete a contract, and then we walk away from it, and then we issue a next contract for $45,000 that include the same person that was a part of that original company minus one, and then we're going to give them almost $50,000 to complete a contract in 6 months, and this is August, and they still can't complete the contract. I mean, some of the things we do just unbelievable, literally. Unbelievable. We're going to take a 5 minutes recess. The Committee of Finance is back in the record. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to all my colleagues. Good afternoon to Central staff. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to you, Director Merritt, and to those in your staff who are testifying today. Director Merritt, I really want to just drill down just two, major points. One is the convenience center. Of course, you continue to express that that is a work in progress. Can you really outline how, the timeline? Can you break down for me, for us, the timeline for getting these convenience centers going? What is the timeline from when we leave this hearing today? When can we expect the construction efforts at we're talking about the two sites on St. Croix and the other sites in Croix. What is the timeline?
Ms. Isles, do you want to drill down into the little bit more detail on the timeline?
Yes. Good afternoon. This is Juanita Isles, Grants Administrator, Waste Management Authority. I just want to say that we've had several timelines. Just because of, the things that are being asked of us from during the application phases, we've had to change the timelines many of times. So right now, we're going through the applications. VIHFA has reviewed all of the applications that we put in, but the timeline we're going through we're supposed to be moving to the environmental stage right now. So I believe the deadline to try to break ground for them, we have to have the notice to proceed. In order to get that, we also have to have the leases and whatnot. But we expect to have the notice to proceed by the end of December. And I'm saying that lightly because sometimes things change.
And you have this in writing. Is a plan that you can submit to this committee through the chair? Can you submit it to our body? Is there a timeline? Like when I say, is this written? Is a document you can provide to this committee? Because I'm going to ask to the chair to see this document.
We have submitted timelines to via FHA, but they have not been officially approved yet. So I'm kind of literally telling you a definite timeline.
I'm going to make it very clear. It's not, you don't need any leeriness for the body that's executes oversight. Okay, when we ask for documentation, you can, I have other documentation for do not distribute from another entity as it pertains to our project. You just put don't distribute, but to this body. So I am requesting in writing, if you want to not use that particular document you say you have, but a timeline, and I'm requesting that to the chair, because I would like to see that in writing. The other question I have concerns, what is the status of the sewer line rehabilitation project? What specific improvements do you expect through that contract?
Jeff, do you want to respond or?
Yeah, this is Jeff Watson. Is this the sewer line in St. Thomas? The Savan got?
The sewer, no, the question said sewer line rehabilitation project, the sewer line. Christian said.
Oh, Christiansted.
Yes.
The Christians. Yeah, the Christiansted Sewer Lines. We've just got a contract with Marco.
Yeah, I'm familiar, yes. And I'm asking specifically what expectations do you have in terms of what improvements are you seeking through that project? What is the scope of work for that project?
Ron, are you on the line? Okay, yes, this is Jeff Watson again. The scope of that work is to repair all of the sewers in the streets of Christiansted. We're working close with WAPA, and WAPA is in the process of replacing all of their water lines. But before they can do that, we've got to replace our sewers.
Thank you. Director Merritt, can you speak to performance-based budgeting? Are you currently through this budget process involving in performance-based budgeting? What is the strategic approach to addressing all of waste management issues?
Well, I mean, for me, what I've been doing is looking at all of our contracts, looking at what the budgeted amounts were for those contracts, and then seeing if there's some things that we can do internally so that we can start, given the fact that we have X amount of money that we're allotted and, we haven't generated that much revenue historically, then looking at ways to potentially create revenue by offsetting our costs. So we've been doing that throughout the, since I've been back here in the last year. And that started off with St. John. That's where we started to realize the savings initially over in St. John. And then as we realized that savings in St. John, then that actually continued on with St. Thomas based off of how our operations were happening with what we were doing with St. John. So what we're doing is looking at all of our contracts and making sure that we can do them, look at how much the contract is, how much is for what the service is, and then seeing if there's some things that we can do to maybe reduce the amount of the contract. And as I mentioned earlier, with specifically, basically based on both the solid waste and the wastewater side, with the new collection vehicles that we have on the solid waste side, that's going to help us as we're drafting these new contracts.
Well, let me stop you right there because you're focusing a lot. That's important in the contracts. But when I say performance-based budget, it's not going to also address contracts. It's going to
2 minutes.
Address overall operations. The Office of Management and Budget had put out probably 2 fiscal years ago the performance-based budgeting document that lays out the different components of a performance-based budget. And of course, they, for the federal side, of course, ask for regular reporting to OMB. Is that happening? Are you, as your financial officer, in a regular, they regularly reporting the federal funds that you have to OMB, and have you executed that performance-based budgeting plan for your agency?
Well, I would say that our grant administrators are regularly communicating with OMB regarding the grants, regarding the drawdowns and everything associated with those projects. As far as the performance-based budgeting, I know we're in constant communication with OMB regarding, regarding allotments and budgeting. So I would say that we are communicating with them, and then also internally, we're looking at our operations and trying to reduce costs and see cost efficiencies and synergies that can help us operate the authority better moving forward.
Yeah, communication is important. I expect that. That's good to have communications, but we're going to also need to get into the written format. I see a lot of directors and commissioners did in fact push away from what was asked for them, and so I'm going to continue to encourage, because I'm engaging the director of OMB, Director O'Neill, because what we really in fact need, which would help this committee and help us, is that you complete the analysis using that form. It was an actual form delving into the goals and objectives of the agency, and we have to get into that.
Hi, good day. If I may add, this is Sadie Clendenin. Yes, Senator, we are starting to look at key performance indicators by division.
Yeah.
So similar to what you mentioned that the central government is doing, we are taking that similar formatted approach by division to establish those KPIs to then use that towards the budget, the performance-based budgeting process.
Thank you. That's good to hear. And I would say that's something you should submit along with your next, as you prepare next budget time or go through the markup period. give that information to us so we can delve into that. That is a strategic, goal-driven KPI approach to management of the funds. The final point I want to make is, as it pertains to recycling, do you, Director Merritt, really straight to the point, do you feel that we need to add any amendments to the legislation regarding recycling? You already mandated to recycle along with UVI and the other entities. Do we need to add further legislation, or do you feel that through this next year that you can execute a recycling plan, and which component can you begin with, if any?
Time.
Well, I know before there was bills for source separation for certain products. I mean, your paper, your plastic, your cardboard, your aluminum. So I would say that let's make sure that we look at that legislation that was passed and start enforcing it. From a waste management standpoint, there's things that we can start doing. We just have to slowly but surely implement that. We have the waste diversion grant that's going to help us. And some things I mentioned earlier about what I think we can do from a recycling standpoint. So source separation definitely, and then that'll go with the educational component that we'd have to do to start educating the residents of the territory that if we can, the U.S. recycling rate is about 40%. So if we can recycle about 40% of our waste stream, then that means the landfills will last longer, and we'll basically dispose of stuff in the landfill that can't be recycled, repurposed, or reused.
Correct. And that's why even through my committee last week, I proposed marine and environmental science education. So I've communicated that to you and asked for your support and other support for that measure so we can have that in our schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Just clarity on the Christiansted Waste Management Project. I didn't really hear that clarity. The line project, when is it scheduled to be completed or start?
This is Jeff Watson. That project is scheduled to start in a matter of weeks. We have a contract with Marco already in place. And,
excellent. What is the completion date? What is the completion date? How much months are you given for completion of the project?
We're working close with WAPA. I'm not sure what that schedule is. We go in and then WAPA come after us.
So I would imagine. Well, what is WAPA doing? WAPA is putting in water lines?
Yes, WAPA, they're replacing all of their water lines. And so to have a big process.
Hasn't the WAPA portion finished? That was the portion that was going on first. That's why the roads were trenched, because that was a WAPA portion that was taking place. And then they said we have to wait on waste management. So hasn't the WAPA portion been completed?
Hi, sorry. Eloise Brown, Territorial Grants Administrator.
Yes.
That project should take approximately 18 to 24 months to complete.
Okay, 18 to 24 months.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. And the concern is that the back roads of Christiansted have been trenched for about 2 years now, 2 to 3 years, and certain areas are in just total disrepair. And this body have passed money for the paving of all the roads in Christiansted and Frederiksted, and we are waiting this to be completed, and it's always waste management or WAPA. And at some point, we got to get it together that we know that within 18, 24 months, the entire project will be completed. So I think the first part, the first trenching was WAPA. So with waste management going in now, I'm hoping that 18 months from now, we can start the paving, and that's a long time. I hope it's shorter than 18 months to run those pipes, and I think that as soon as we finish particular streets, we are going to need to begin to pave. We can't have our tongues just dug up for years. You know, it's just unacceptable, and this is not waste management alone. This is waste management, WAPA, and Public Works. We're going to go to a 2-minute round, colleagues. You can ask your burning questions. We're going to start with Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 quick questions. I have 2 minutes. Director Merritt, I know in your testimony you spoke to the in-house collection that began in the St. Thomas district. And you mentioned 4 sites in particular, Tamas Venada, Bolongo, and Brookman Road. What about the thought process in reference to respect to those, starting with those 4 sites? Are they because they're closer to the landfill? Is it logistically feasible for you to do that to basically do that easier? What was the thought process?
Yes, that is exactly the thought process. Those bin sites are the closest to the landfill, so that made sense to start off there and then continue to see what our staff was capable of doing. So that's why we're looking at other sites. But that's the thought process. That was the thought process.
Okay, very well. And also in the post-audit report on page 7 of 25, under utility services, the water bill in 2020 was 18,000, 21, 27,000, but in 22 you have 165,000. Are there anything that's going to be happening differently to have such a large variance in water, the utility when it comes to water, your water bill?
Yeah, so initially that water bill, we had the contract that we had with Veolia. Initially, they were paying for basically paying for water, but that contract got I don't want to say renegotiated, but the contract got modified, and then we have to pay for the water for that under the contract. So that's why that number went up. But we're actually going to work. We're actually going to be meeting with them here to look at the contract again. We only have 5 years left with the contract, but we're going to talk to them about certain aspects of the contract going forward too.
Time.
And so then lastly, when it comes to settlement claims, Mr. Chairman, wrap up settlement claims.
Yes, you may.
You had a settlement claim in 2020 for $1.5 million, but there were no claims in in this year thus far. I know you're estimating 90,000 for 22. Can you speak to that quickly? There were no claims thus far this year?
Yeah, I think the estimate was just an estimate. I mean, we do have there's some legal things that we're working on right now, but normally we really don't have major settlement claims. I mean, we've had some here, that one recently, and we have one that's ongoing. But in regular operations, as long as we're working with our vendors, and even if they're slow paid, we still pay them. So there really hasn't historically, there shouldn't be any major claims. But we do put the $90,000 was just put in there just to make sure we address smaller things that may come up throughout the year.
Mr. Merritt, thank you for your response. I'm happy you did not mention the sites, the bin site that have the cameras in the district, because it's a good thing. But I'm happy and appreciate that they're finally coming online, and I look forward to seeing an increase in your fees and fines when it comes to your revenues. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. Mr. Merritt, I'm going to follow up on my questions that I asked during the first round. Specifically, in your testimony, I'll be really quick at it. What are the FEMA-approved industry standards for the wastewater treatment plants? Is it secondary or tertiary?
Jeff, do you want to respond? I mean, go ahead.
Yes, Jeff Watson.
And tertiary, secondary, tertiary. So you're clear, because the listening audience may not be familiar with these terms. Tertiary is the highest level, where in the wastewater, our waste, our doo-doo, right, and the shower is now to a point where it's been treated that it is drinkable. So be succinct.
Yes, secondary treatment is not potable. Tertiary is. You're correct. And right now we are all of our
continue. I just needed to get what is the FEMA approved industry standard that we're working with.
Yes, but FEMA industry standards will be to secondary treatment as our permit requires. For the VESA plant, however,
I already got the information. I already understood that the VESA plan is under consent decree, and because of that consent decree, they have to be at tertiary level, correct? What is the time frame to... No?
No, it's not because of the consent decree. The VESA plant was required tertiary treatment because of the effluent discharge. It's being discharged not through an outfall a mile out in the ocean, but into the mangroves.
Okay, understood.
Time.
What is... I have one more question, Mr. Chairman, because my time does seem to be rolling quickly.
No, you talk a lot before your question, so your time goes. Well, go ahead and ask the question.
No, I didn't.
Go ahead.
But may I please? Thank you. I noticed that in the post-audit report, you had some fleets, vehicles, and I counted them. About 20 of them are in poor condition in the St. Thomas, St. John district. And I looked and I also saw that you only had one fleet mechanic too, Mr. Merritt, and you have a fleet management manager. And you don't have any vacancies. How are you going to be managing the upkeep of all of these vehicles if you don't have sufficient staff? That's my question.
We're looking to hire...
You have all of these vehicles. Who is maintaining them? And how are they being maintained?
We have a contractor that helps maintain some of our equipment. We also have been, we work with local companies to do contract work for our vehicles as well. And some of the on the vehicle listing, some of the vehicles that are poor and extremely poor or very poor. We had an auction on St. Thomas for vehicles to staff and also to the public. And so we're going to do the same thing for St. Croix as well, so we can take some of those off the books and actually start getting and continue with our the process of upgrading our fleet going forward, so that we can provide all the services that we need to do.
Thank you. And when you're auctioning your vehicles, do you advertise them? Advertise your auction? Because I know I have a lot of people who so that would be beneficial to know when you're auctioning. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Do you auction? Do you advertise your auctions?
Senator Joseph.
Yes, we do.
Go ahead and answer the question, Mr. Merritt.
Yes. Yes, we do advertise.
Okay, thank you so much. You just couldn't help yourself,
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
You are so welcome. You couldn't help yourself, but to say thank you and then ask a question and then say thank you again and ask the question in a different way. But you're welcome. Senator, you used a word that wasn't defined in your line of questioning just now. I think you were going to, at some point, need to define it. I looked in the dictionary and I couldn't find it. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, in regards to how many new hires do you have presently? And
how many?
Yeah. And you said that the union is negotiating. When are they? How many?
Hi, good afternoon. Sadie Clendon in Waste Management. 21 as far as new hires. Was that the question?
Okay, yes, 21 new hires. So Director, you said that the union is in the process to start negotiating?
So our collective bargaining agreement has expired. So we want to meet with the union and actually negotiate, basically have the make the CBA current.
Okay, so with the 21, the 21 new persons coming in at the same pay scale more or less as what those who are in their season are making. So that in itself may be one of the issues you're having. Now, in regards to capital improvements, do you need any matching funds for capital improvements with your federal monies?
The majority of our, Ms. Isles or Ms. Brown, you can jump in here, but the majority of our of the grants that we have, I mean, there's some that are matching, but a lot of them are, 90% to 100% reimbursable.
This is Juanita Isles. Most of the solid waste projects are 100% funded. Actually,
Hi, Eloise Brown.
And
the wastewater, all of the wastewater grant projects are 100% funded.
Okay, good. Thank you. And finally, Director, in terms of enforcement, your enforcement team gave out fines, and so how much are you collecting right now presently from your enforcement officers in terms of revenue?
Time.
Like fines and fees and stuff.
In terms of revenue, we haven't collected any revenue this year. They've been with the COVID task force, and that's part of the reason why we are implementing the bedside cameras. That's going to help us, given the fact that we don't have our enforcement officers, and then when they come back, that's going to be better. But from a revenue standpoint, we haven't had them working with us because they've been working with the task force.
Okay, that's something probably need to put out to the governor so it help you with your revenue collection. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dr. Merritt, I have one question. Just in reviewing your testimony on page 7, you mentioned that on the St. Thomas and John District, you had 7 wastewater treatment plants, but on St. Croix, there was only 1. And just help me to understand how, is that an issue? How does that impact the EPA's Clean Water Act, our compliance with that? And, just give me some feedback on that.
Yeah, Jeff, okay, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, this is Jeff Watson. Yeah, the reason is basically topography. St. Croix, because it's reasonably flat, we just have the wastewater through the interceptors and sewer lines at the one location. However, St. Thomas, St. John, because of the topography, we've got pockets of areas where you do have to treat in multiple areas, and that's the only reason.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that education. With respect to the convenience centers, I really have to express kudos to the WMA. I think that is one thing that you have done right. I think the Mandal convenience is one of those best kept. It's clean, it's well managed, it's well run. Now you have a plan to have, I think, an additional 5 center. I think you said 9, 5 currently in the wings to be developed. I don't see one slated for the 2 area, Anna's Retreat area, and considering that that's one of the more densely populated areas in the territory. Is there or are there any plans to identify a property to have a similar convenience center in Anna's Retreat area?
Yeah, we're looking at, we definitely looking at that. I've been talking to our senior engineer trying to locate, start locating potential properties. So yes, that's definitely in the planning stages.
Okay, excellent. I am excited about the possibilities there. Now, with regards to your collective bargaining process, I know you're an independent instrumentality. What role, if any, does the Office of Collective Bargaining play in assisting you with contract negotiations?
Good afternoon. Sadie Clendenin, Waste Management. OCB plays the same role as far as they do with the central government. We have an agreement with them to assist us with all matters relating to CBAs, grievances, everything very similar to how they interact with the central government agencies. We have two unions right now at Waste Management. One of the CBAs is expired, as Edie Merritt said. The other one is actually expiring next month. So we are going back to the table for both of them. Office of Collective Bargaining is aware and is beginning to the preparation process. They have a large backlog, as you can imagine, dealing with all of the central government agencies as well. We have not been given an exact timeline as to when we will be able to go to the table.
Time.
Okay. Thank you for that, Ms. Clendenin. And finally, Mr. Chair, if I may, I just wanted to get a quick clarification regarding the handling of tires. I know I asked you that question earlier, and I think you mentioned that you're in the process of putting an RFP out or something like that. Can you clarify one more time for me, and maybe with time frames as to when that would happen?
It needs to happen yesterday, but no, we're actually working with Mr. Saki to put a RFP out for both Anguilla and Bavoni, because the majority of tires come to both landfills, and so we know that, per our consent decree, we need to make sure that we take care of the tires as quickly as possible. So we're in the process of doing that right now.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you very much for that. Thank you for your responses. Thanks for the extra time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I have a question. It's regarding the Anti-Litter and Beautification Fund, Title 33, Virgin Islands, Code Section 3079. Through the chair, I would like to request all the fees collected and monies disbursed as far as a report or some record showing what transpired with that fund for FY 2020 and 2021. The reason why I'm asking that, in the fund, it made mention that all charges collected for the towing, preservation, storage, and or disposal of abandoned vehicles shall be deposited in that fund. Fees collected by the Waste Management Authority, and the list goes on, and it goes on to speak to other things. But I just need to know, how is that fund doing as far as collections of revenues and how the money is being dispersed? But my question is, as far as the fund, how is it distributed in each district? Is it distributed equally? How do we determine the use of that fund? Anyone?
Yeah, we get $1.25 million a quarter, so it's $5 million divided by 4, and then we use that proportionally throughout the territory.
And I'm not here to put a district against each other, but based on what you're seeing here, which island needs a lot of attention as far as the utilization of the Anti-Litter Beautification Fund based on your assessment?
I would say that the entire territory. I mean, we literally. So St. Thomas. I mean, if you look at it, St. Thomas has a lot more unmanned bin sites at over 30, but then St. Croix only has 3, but those bin sites are huge. So I mean, really, I can't necessarily. And then St. John is, they have a lot of bin sites and there's different terrain. So I mean, all 3. Are equally in need based on just the terrain, the topography, and just and the different population centers. So I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say one over the other. I think that the whole entire territory, we're trying to make sure we keep make cleanliness our top priority at the bin sites.
Time.
Thank you. That is all I really have to ask. because if you could just submit that to us, everything that is collected and disbursed as a result of Title 33 Virgin Islands Code Section 3079, it will give us a better idea of how we can move forward with the Anti-Litter and Beautification Fund and to help you all generate revenues. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Mr. Merritt, across the U.S., is there a charge to pick up household garbage?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, depending on where you are, yeah, there is. I mean, the territory, you know, and I've worked in 9 different states and now a U.S. territory. This is the only place in the, I'd almost say in the world, that doesn't charge a fee for collection and a tipping fee at the landfills.
And you had someone before that was the Director of Collections and Recycling. What is the proposal for house-to-house garbage collection? Is the proposal going to be a small fee? I ran the numbers that you gave. If it was $20 a month for household garbage collection, and those are for those that have the bin outside and the garbage truck is coming to your home, you would collect an additional $3,600,000 for the authority.
So your question is, what is the proposal for it? So the tipping fees right now.
Tipping fees are different. Household garbage collection. Tipping fees are going to be based on volume, correct?
Right. Correct.
Okay. Household.
Yeah. So right now the proposed tipping fees are strictly for businesses that are collecting trash.
Okay. No,
bringing it to the landfill.
I know that the tipping fees. I'm trying to move the discussion in a different direction. I know you have worked in a number of states. You said that every single state that you worked in, there is a small fee for garbage collection. I know across the nation, individuals pay for monthly garbage collection. In the Virgin Islands, the fee is $0, and we owe a number of our vendors. Our landfill is in disarray. Is there a proposal that is going to be coming from Waste Management to charge a small fee for household garbage collection?
I would say at some point there will be a proposal. Yes. I mean, I think you said it correctly. There's for all states there's a charge for.
Do you know of any state that does not charge for household garbage collection? Whether you live in an apartment or wherever, do you know of any state that does not charge for household garbage collection?
I do not know of any state that doesn't charge something.
Okay, so is the authority, is the Waste Management Board having any discussions? I mean, there's no discussions in reference to solid waste collection? There's no discussion?
No, so we initially focused on the tipping fee, but going into the house to house, that is next. We just wanted to make sure we got the tipping fee approved and then continue that progress and moving forward with revenue collection. You have to start somewhere.
The tipping fee is only if I have a bin, I add a bin to my home, I'm cleaning the yard, I put some stuff in there, then I have to pay an additional fee to the company, but I'm talking about household garbage collection. I mean, every morning, at least once a week, like clockwork, the garbage trucks go around and they pick up individual garbage. And at some point, there's going to be a need. The government cannot afford and has not been afforded to make those payments. Every other jurisdiction across the nation implement some type of small fee for garbage collection. Everyone. And if you want the service, you pay a small fee. If you don't want to pay the small fee, you put the garbage in your car and you carry it to the convenience center. But, I mean, at some point we have to have the discussion. Individuals don't want to have the discussion because I guess it's not a popular discussion to have, but it's one that we need to have at some point. And if the discussion isn't going to come out of Waste Management, then God knows where it's going to come from. Senator,
well,
go ahead.
I agree with you. and with the support of the legislature, then yeah, we'll do. We definitely, that's something that we want to have that frank discussion, because you're right. That is something that no other jurisdiction. There's no other jurisdiction in the country that doesn't charge a fee. So I agree with you 100%.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory.
Senator Vila, you set me up, but that's good. Director Merrick, I heard the conversation that you're having with the chair of the committee, and you know that I've tried to engage prior to you coming back, and since you've been on board, I have tried to engage you around this very same conversation. I have had discussions with the chair of the board. I have crafted legislation around this, and for some odd reason, I can't get Waste Management to give me an idea or a proposal as it relates to how best to craft the legislation. Of course, the argument was that fees are approved by PSC. However, if nothing goes to PSC, then an approval can be made. But my position on this, and it's not a popular position, is every single thing that comes into this territory eventually will be thrown away. Even if you buy a nice mahogany bed and you keep it for 40 years, eventually it has to be thrown out. So we have to come up with that system. I've been sitting on this legislation for as long as I've sat in the Senate. And I really need for you all at Waste Management to work with me and my colleagues so we can come up with how we are going to address this issue. Because it's not throughout the United States, it's throughout the world. Everybody to pay for trash. So when we talk about individuals with home pickups, it's not home pickup alone. I drop my trash off at the top of Bacaro. I got to pay for my trash because somebody got to haul it. And this is why every year we have to come up with this $32 million for waste management. We have to come up with a system. So I need you to make a commitment that you're going to work with me so we could get this done. Are you prepared to do that, Director?
Yes, definitely prepared to do that. I think the tipping fees was a start, but you and Senator Vila are correct. Definitely need your support, but I would love to sit down and work with you in crafting that legislation going forward, because it is necessary. I agree.
Okay, so the information that I sent you before, if you need me to resend it, I would be happy to do that. But this has been a very frustrating time for me working with Waste Management, and I know my time is about to be called. So let me ask you, what is the annual cost of trash collections in the territory?
Really, truly, it's about 20. It's close to $30 million. I mean, the budget that we have, the $32 million for both St. Croix and St. Thomas and St. John, and collecting the trash, and then also disposing of it. I mean, you're talking about $30 million. I mean, that's why I was very, very pleased to see that the supplemental budget was the additional $10 million was put in the budget, because that's going to help me pay for costs associated with trash. I mean, we're still still saying we're $20 million, still be a $20 million deficit, but we're going to make that up and looking at increasing operational efficiencies and hopefully streamlining contracts.
Thank you. You've run out my time.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Senator.
I just have so many other questions, but let me just wrap up by asking you, I note specifically in the budget that you have, you talk about house to house, and I'm going to leave that alone. We're going to get back to that as we deal with moving this legislation. Let me ask you about your HR office. How many people do you have in HR?
We have 3, Senator.
So you have 3 individuals in HR, and so you have an HR director?
Yes.
Yes? And 2, what are the other positions?
HR manager and HR generalist.
And 2 generalists?
One director, 1 manager, and 1 generalist for a total of 3 in that division.
So you have a manager. What is the difference between a manager and a director?
The director is regards to more of a policy making role. So they make decisions about the organizational structure, more strategic planning role.
And the manager, because you don't do strategic planning all year, and you don't do policy all year. So what does the manager do?
The manager does a lot of the regular HR functions to include labor relations, training and development, onboarding. It's a myriad of things, whereas the generalist is more of an administrative support person for the division.
I see. Mr. Merrick, you need to look at your HR division. If you're going to be asking for support from this body, things need to make sense to us, okay? Mr. Chair, I have a lot of other questions, but of course we're going to have another opportunity to have a discussion with the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, and I'm actually definitely looking forward to working with Waste Management on addressing this vexing issue that we have in the territory. We have to utilize our resources in a better way, and we can't be different from other states, territories, and the world.
Correct.
As it relates to how we manage our solid waste here. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Correct. Before I go to Senator Saru, I think Senator Carla Joseph has a question.
Hello. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the recognition. Before I leave, I wanted to ask Mr. Merrick and his financial team if your most recent audit is available online on your website. I understood that you completed your 2019 audit. That's your most recent?
Correct.
Yes.
Is it on your website?
It's not on our website, but we can make it available to you, or to the body.
Okay. Thank you, but I'm just looking at transparency, and I would be hopeful that it will be available on the website so all of the Virgin Islands people can see. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to receiving the audit report. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Saru.
Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, Senator Joseph, Senator Violina James. I think I need to clarify. Are we frozen? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. I just need to clarify my comments earlier because I think I was misunderstood. I am the author of 2 expungement bills because I do believe in second chances. And evidently, I can't be against anyone who has served time. But I also believe in accountability. And if a quote unquote, I looked in a past post audit reports dating back to 2016, and there is no listed contract for the Leary Group. But in the 2022 post audit report, there's a contract. And on the record, we're indicating that the contract was entered into and it was not, the work wasn't fully done. And the moral of the story is if you have a contract or an obligation from 2017 and it's 2021, then the work should have been done. It's a breach of a contract. That is accountability. That is not me being against anyone who has served time in prison. So let's not project and change the intent of my comments to make it seem as if I'm against people and not for second chances. And if that company is the most qualified company to execute an emergency plan, that means by now the plan should have already been done. Period, point blank. HR, we have a lot of positions, vacant positions. The personal website doesn't have your positions listed, And on your personal semi-autonomous agency page, you only have 6 listed positions. Can you tell me, so going back to the president's question on how are we funding the positions? Are they funded, not funded? Is there a direct correlation with the funding status to why these positions are posted?
Good afternoon, Senator Erica Colwood, HR. Positions are posted as much as we're allowed to basically handle. There are 3 of us in the HR department, and we may post approximately about 6 at a time. We still have to go through and do research, do background checks, do interviews, et cetera, all the stuff that's involved with onboarding and bringing in individuals. So therefore, we wouldn't put, perhaps you might say, well, you have 30 vacancies or 40. We would not post them all at once.
Okay, so a chief legal officer is your legal counsel, or is a chief legal officer something different from, because it's not, what you have posted is not what you have in your vacancy listing.
Time.
Is a chief legal officer an attorney? What's that?
I didn't understand the question, Senator. I'm sorry.
On your website, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, you have a chief legal officer. You don't have a chief legal officer vacant in your personnel listing. You have a legal counsel. Is your chief legal officer a legal counsel?
Yes, I believe it might be a play on words.
No, we can have a play on words. Your vacancy listing should be the same as the position that you have. Look at sanitation truck driver and the rest of them. It doesn't really correlate, but my time has been called, but I don't know how you're trying to fill positions. And I discussed this when waste management was before us, not for a budget hearing, but for a status update on the fact that at the time you only had 8 positions listed. Now we're down to 6, but you have over some 40-something positions available. I still don't understand the response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saros. Senator Johnson.
Good afternoon. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Director Merritt, I want you to clear up something for me and try and confirm if it is or if it isn't. We've been speaking about these tires for quite some time. And you have heard some of the analysts says that the tires can be shredded and used at the asphalt plant. Is any of the asphalt plant capable of doing that? And is this a reality? Is it something that can be done?
I think it's something that can be done. I mean, the bigger question is, okay, so we have a lot of tires currently at both landfills. And so if they were to shred the tires, if somebody was to come in with that technology and shred the tires and then use it at the asphalt plant to help with the asphalt plants, then once that initial feedstock is utilized, then what is the annual feedstock? Because it may not justify having that methodology. So here recently, we have every year we have an aerial survey that's performed in both landfills, and I also get them to capture the amount of tires we have. And so we're looking at that to determine how many tires are generated, that come into the landfill on an annual basis. So then we can help determine whether or not it's feasible to have a project like that, because it may not make sense, because somebody may come in here and invest X amount of millions of dollars on doing something with the tires, and then after they get those initial tires from both landfills, then there's not enough food to feed the project, and then it ends up being not a good situation for a potential company or contractor.
Well, as we speak, it's not a good site or something that we need to continue dealing with, because anyone that lives downwind from the Anguilla landfill or any of the dump site has to go through that toxic fume once these areas be lit up on fire. And this is something we're continue experiencing. So what is the plan? What are we going to do to try to eliminate this problem and deal with these tires once and for all?
Time.
Okay.
If you could continue.
So right now we're looking at putting out an RFP to build and ship the tires. As far as I know, we had the fire at Anguilla with the tires, and that was a while back. And I know that was an issue. We put as the tires come in now, we put them in we have them in a fire pile to make sure that if something does happen, it won't be a major catastrophic event. It would be very minimal. Secondly, as far as the landfill is concerned, I mentioned that Austin Daily cover that we're using, it also has a fire retardant in it. So as we're covering the landfill, then that actually helps minimize any fires. We haven't had any issues at the landfill in quite some time with Mr. Saki's leadership from an operational perspective on the landfill. So we're looking at making sure we have different technologies that we're using at the landfills to decrease potential issues, and also making sure that the tires that we do collect, that we put them in we place them in the we place them in the backside of the landfill so that if there is an issue, that it will be a minor issue while we're getting the RFPs out to get those tires off island, built and shipped off island.
All right, and my final question would be, does Waste Management have some kind of mechanism in place to inspect the tire shops, them to see who is dropping off to the Anguilla landfill? Is there any kind of ticket that you guys are inspecting these tire shops to make sure that, all right, this company dropped off 5,000 tires, 3,000, but this next small shop didn't drop none at all to the landfill? I mean, is there any kind of inspection going on with the tire shops them to be accountable for the tires being dropped at the right plot?
Yeah, in the past there have been, like I said, the enforcements with COVID task force, but I also am wanting to meet with DLCA to talk about different things associated with inspections. And so that's a conversation that's going to be had, because that's going to potentially help us have a little bit more oversight on the disposal of tires, because to your point, the tires that we see at bin sites, we don't normally just see like 2 tires. We may see like 25 tires. And so it's not an individual, but it's most likely a business. And so we're that's definitely ongoing, and we're trying to make sure we put mechanisms in place to hold people more accountable.
My time has been called, but I would like to wrap up with saying that I hope that you expedite this discussion in a timely manner so that we can eliminate this problem once and for all. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the leadway. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I think that at times we just having too much discussion for issues that we have in this community that we know is taking place on a regular basis. I guess the solution to the illegal tire dumping at the dump sites would be the cameras, and you're monitoring the cameras to see who's dropping those tires, because it's not 25. I passed by Woodson over the weekend, and there were hundreds. Like over 100 tires at the Woodson site. So you know that somebody is dumping them there. Mr. Merritt, in reference to the sewer connection, we have a number of abandoned properties that were once connected to the sewer system, but now those homes are in disrepair, no one lives there. Is there a process to, if a home is abandoned and not usable, to get the septic fee off of the property tax bill? What's the process for that?
Yeah, normally the property owner will contact the Lieutenant Governor's office and say that property is no longer abandoned or is not in use, and then they contact us to verify that, and then then we'll go out there and have someone to inspect the property, and then we'll, based on our inspection, if that's the case, then we'll send out a letter saying this property located at XYZ address.
Okay,
is no
apparently that isn't working in terms of getting in contact with the Lieutenant Governor office, and then they get in contact with you. Can it be reversed, that they get in contact with the Waste Management Authority in reference to an abandoned property that is still being charged septic fees, and that you would have somebody go to the site and then provide some type of document, notarized document, that they can carry to the Lieutenant Governor office so that the fee can be removed?
Yes, they can contact us directly.
Okay, and who would they make contact with?
Well, with wastewater, I mean, they could contact. So our main person, well, St. Croix, we have an engineer. It's Ron Phillips, and on St. Thomas, it's Evan Greenberg.
Okay.
But then they can also contact Mr. Watson as well.
Okay, and then we need a reverse, we need a converse, we need to make sure that all individuals that are hooked up to the system are actually paying a fee, that are hooked up to the system and using the system. Is there a mechanism that you can make a determination as to who's hooked up to the system and who's using it?
Yeah, and that's what I mentioned in the testimony, that we're trying to make sure that we look at what the new connections are that we have in our system. We work with the Lieutenant Governor's office and the tax assessor's office to make sure we have all those, everything is in line so that we can accurately say these properties are connected. They're in the system, and then we can we can then process that information, send it to the Lieutenant Governor's office, and actually have it billed on their property tax bill.
And that's a good plan for the new connections, but I'm talking about connections that might be there 6-7 years and are not paying. Is there a way for us to be able to assess those areas where sewer lines runs and make a determination as to who along that sewer line is actually utilizing the sewer system, and then check to see if that property number is actually paying sewage fees?
Yeah, Jeff, do you want to? Jeff, I'll let you chime in, but I think it's kind of a similar process. We need to look and see if we can find those connections as well, because some people are illegally connected to the system, and as we continue our communications with the different offices, then we'll start being able to vet that and start being able to figure out who is legally connected and who's not legally connected. And Jeff, you can jump in there and say anything.
Hi, this is Jeff Watson. Director Merritt, Senator, as we continue to have this communication with Lieutenant Governor's office, we, Waste Management, will have to verify that one is connected, but then you also need to make sure some people have added apartments, or different apartments, different rooms, and while they may show that they're connected, they may show they're connected with one bathroom, but in actual fact, they might be connected with 3 or 4 different apartments. So that is something that we have to do.
Okay, and we have to, because it's only fair that everyone that is connected pay their fair share. That's the only fair thing for us to be able to do. But Director Merritt, I want to thank you for your testimony today. It is the desire, I think, the entire Virgin Islands, that we come up with solutions in reference to our garbage and our wastewater system. So we encourage you to continue to make those strides, and we're asking Waste Management to begin to exercise a little creativity in being able to solve these issues that persist in the Virgin Islands. I will give you an opportunity to put a closing statement on the record, and I thank you and your entire staff for their testimony.
Thank you. I would like to say I appreciate the support from the 34th Legislature. I think we have a long way to go with solid waste and wastewater here in the territory, but I think we are on the path we're on the right path moving forward. I want to thank our staff, especially our frontline staff, because they do an incredible job with limited resources. And they do it every day with servicing the all Virgin Islanders in mind and making sure that we're protecting human health and the environment. I appreciate everything that like I said, that the legislature is doing to help support us. I look forward to meeting with you guys here in the future to discuss additional legislation that could help Waste Management move forward, and in a variety of issues. I think, as we mentioned, on the solid waste side and the Waste Management, on the wastewater side, there's a lot that needs to happen. But our staff here is dedicated to trying to continue to move the authority forward and do what's in the best interest of all Virgin Islanders. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. And I also just wanted to put on the record that I think from last budget year, we did not utilize the St. John Capital Fund in that particular manner. And this year, again, we will not utilize the St. John Capital Fund in that particular manner. We're trying to use those monies for capital projects on the island of St. John, the St. John Capital Fund. So we are going to have to supplement whatever amount is there from the St. John Capital Development Fund because we want to make sure that that stays for capital projects on the island of St. John. So we might have to increase the amount by $1 million. But I do know that that the governor has given or recommended a $10 million increase. We need to have the discussion in reference to those numbers, the tipping fees and the other internal mechanism that can be utilized to generate revenues so that we can begin to pay our vendors on time. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.